committees of the Congress are able to receive testimony, briefings, and other communication of information. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
I have.
Have you assumed any duties or undertaken any actions which would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
No.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established for requested communications, including questions for the record and hearings?
I will.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes.
Will those witnesses be protected from reprisal for their testimony or briefings?
They will.
Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify upon request before this committee?
Yes.
Do you agree to provide documents, including copies of electronic forms of communications, in a timely manner when requested by a duly constituted committee, or to consult with the committee regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such documents?
Yes.
What's that?
You're good. Those are all. Yes, sir. It was just the standard for civilians.
Which one?
You're good.
That concludes our routine questions that we ask of the nominees. And so, before the committee proceeds to the business before us today, on behalf of all members of the committee, we'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the family of the brave Jordanian pilot brutally murdered at the hands of ISIL. Together with his family, the Jordanian Armed Forces, and the people of Jordan, we mourn the loss of a hero that has galvanized the nation and the world. I hope this heinous crime finally leads us to put in place what thus far has been lacking: a comprehensive strategy to achieve the President's stated goal to degrade and destroy ISIL. Let there be no doubt, we still do not have a viable strategy to counter ISIL, and if you're not winning in war, you are losing. America has no greater ally in the fight against terrorism than Jordan, and as we made clear to King Abdullah in our meeting yesterday, this committee's immediate concern is to ensure Jordan has all the equipment and resources necessary to continue taking the fight directly to ISIL. Many of us on this committee will be sending a letter to the administration on this urgent issue of concern, and we invite all of our fellow committee members to join us on that letter. I think there was a consensus on both sides yesterday after the meeting with King Abdullah that we would send a letter out this morning. That letter will be distributed to the members so for your perusal and signature, so we can get that letter out as soon as possible. And I thank all members of the committee for their cooperation. And I'd also like to add that if legislation is required in order to achieve the goals that King Abdullah articulated to us yesterday as absolutely necessary to defend his nation, we will be considering that legislation as well as soon as possible, and I thank all members. The Senate Armed Services Committee meets today to consider the nomination of Dr. Ashton B. Carter to be Secretary of Defense. At the outset, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Chuck Hagel for his years of service as an infantry sergeant in Vietnam, as a United States Senator from Nebraska, and as our nation's 24th Secretary of Defense. Chuck Hagel is a patriot and honorable public servant, and during his leadership of the Pentagon, the men and women of our armed services have had a true ally who always put their interests first. This committee wishes Chuck the best in his future endeavors. Dr. Carter, even in the best of times, the position for which you have been nominated is one of the most challenging in government. So I'd like to thank your wife, Stephanie, and your children, Will and Ava, for being here today and for loaning you to our nation in service once again. Dr. Carter is one of America's most respected and experienced defense professionals. He has served as Assistant Secretary of Defense for Global Strategic Affairs, Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics, and most recently as Deputy Secretary of Defense. In these positions, I have known him, and members of the committee have known him, to be an honest, hardworking, and committed public servant. I've had the opportunity to work together with Dr. Carter on several issues of shared concern, especially trying to reform the defense acquisition system, improving financial management of the department, and rolling back sequestration. And on these and other issues facing the nation, We all look forward to having you as our partner once more, Dr. Carter. But I must candidly express concern about the task that awaits you if confirmed and the influence you would have on some of the most critical national security issues facing our nation. Two of your predecessors, Secretary Gates and Secretary Panetta, have severely criticized White House micromanagement of the Defense Department and over-centralization of foreign and defense policy. According to numerous news reports, Secretary Hagel experienced similar frustrations with the insular and indecisive White House National Security Team over issues ranging from ISIL to Ukraine, detention policy to sequestration. Dr. Carter, I sincerely hope the President who nominated you will empower you to lead and contribute to the fullest extent of your abilities, because at a time of multiplying threats to our security, America needs a strong Secretary of Defense now more than ever. America is confronted today with a diverse and complex range of national security challenges. Iran is on the march in Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and elsewhere across the Middle East. ISIL continues to expand its influence and control of territory, as the new Director of Defense Intelligence Agency recently testified to Congress. A revisionist Russia and a rising China, each seek in their own ways, presents challenges to the liberal international order as we've known it since the end of World War II, a system that cherishes the rule of law, maintains free markets and free trade, and relegates wars of aggression to their rightful place in the bloody past. Amid the present upheaval and conflict, American disengagement can only produce more turmoil and increase in the chance of large-scale American interventions at greater cost in blood and treasure. That's why we need a coherent national security strategy incorporating all elements of America's national power to sustain and defend the international order that has produced and extended security, prosperity, and liberty across the globe. But crafting a reality-based national security strategy is simply impossible under the mindless mechanism of sequestration. Despite the growing array of complex threats to our security, we're on track to cut $1 trillion out of America's defense budget by 2021. Readiness is falling across the services, and morale is falling right along with it. Army and Marine Corps in strength is dropping dangerously low. The Air Force is the oldest and smallest it's ever seen. The Navy's fleet is shrinking to pre-World War I levels. And last week, each of our service chiefs testified before this committee that American lives are being put at risk due to sequestration. Sequestration represents a failure to meet our most basic constitutional responsibility to provide for the common defense. America's military can no longer be held hostage to domestic political disputes, totally separated from the reality of the threats we face. More than 3 years after the passage of the Budget Control Act, it's time to put an end to this senseless policy. Rolling back sequestration is necessary to provide our military the strategy-driven budget necessary to confront the threats we face. But it will never be enough without reforming how the department procures major weapon systems. Many of our military's challenges today are the results of years of mistakes and wasted resources. For example, over here, the Army's Future Combat System was initially estimated to be a $92 billion project to modernize into a cohesive network, new Army vehicles and radios. But it more than doubled its price to $200 billion without ever getting off the ground. Secretary Gates and Congress wisely canceled Future Combat Systems, but only after spending $20 billion with nothing to show for it. Between these four systems, the next chart up there, please. Between these four systems, Future Combat Systems, Expeditionary Fighting Vehicle, Comanche Helicopter, and the VH-71 presidential helicopter, we spent $40 billion with nothing to show for it. That's $40 billion of training and equipment our military doesn't have today to confront the threats we face. The problem continues today. The cost of the evolved expendable launch vehicle has exploded from around $100 million per launch to $400 million per launch over the last 15 years after the Air Force allowed years of sole source contracts, while, especially over the last few months, actively keeping out any other companies from competing. Hopefully this year we will see the Air Force certify a new entrant, and this competition can finally bring down costs and end our reliance on Russian rocket engines. Like many programs that preceded it, LCS's cost overruns followed predictably from a chronic lack of planning from its very outset in three key areas: undefined requirements, unrealistic initial cost estimates, and unreliable assessments of technological and integration risks. The Gerald Ford-class nuclear aircraft carrier was originally supposed to cost $10.5 billion. It will now cost $12.9 billion, a $2.4 billion increase, and we have no assurance such increases will not plague the follow-on ships. This is unacceptable. The F-35 Joint Strike Fighter was originally estimated to cost around $220 billion to research and engineer and build 2,800 airplanes. Now we're going to spend more than $330 billion, a 50% increase, to buy 400 fewer airplanes. Even more astounding than the amount of money squandered and wasted is the fact that in each of the weapons system cases I have mentioned, no individual has been held responsible for these massive cost overruns and egregious acquisition failures. And the result has been the slow degradation of America's defense technological advantage, which we will lose altogether if we persist with business as usual in our acquisition policies. This must change. It will be a priority for this committee and for me personally to change it. Dr. Carter, I look to you as a partner in all of these endeavors. If confirmed, I hope you will provide independent leadership and work closely with the Congress on the issues that matter most, crafting a coherent national security strategy to meet today's threats, rolling back sequestration, continuing to reform the defense acquisition process, modernizing our military compensation system, and many others. I thank you deeply for your willingness to serve once again, and I look forward to your testimony today. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me join you in extending our condolences to the family of the brave Jordanian pilot and to the people of Jordan. And let me welcome Dr. Carter and thank him for his willingness to once again serve the nation. I also want to welcome Stephanie and Ava and Will and thank them for their sacrifice and service to the nation. And let me also recognize my colleague and friend Joe Lieberman. Thank you, Senator, for being here today. Dr. Carter is the former Deputy Secretary of Defense and Undersecretary for Acquisition Technology and Logistics. You are uniquely qualified to lead the Department of Defense at a time when, as Henry Kissinger said last week here, the United States has not faced a more diverse and complex array of crises since the end of the Second World War. If confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will be advising the President, leading the Defense Department, and working with our allies on a staggering number of complex international challenges to our national interest. Iran. While the Secretary of Defense is not a party to the negotiations relating to Iran's nuclear program, the Secretary will undoubtedly be responsible for any number of potential contingencies relating to the consequences of different outcomes to these negotiations. In the event of a breakdown in the negotiations, the consequences could alter the face of the region for generations and generations. ISIL. ISIL's depraved and violent campaign in Iraq and Syria to establish an extremist caliphate threatens to erase borders, destabilize the region, and create a breeding ground for foreign fighters willing to return to the West to carry out attacks against the United States' interests. The Department must provide critical leadership in a coalition effort that includes Arab and Muslim states to degrade and defeat ISIL while being careful to ensure that the U.S. does not end up owning the conflict in Syria and elsewhere. Afghanistan. The hard-won gains of the past decade are significant but remain fragile. With Afghan security, our forces are taking over, the Afghan forces are taking over responsibility for combating the Taliban and securing Afghanistan. However, the United States forces, with our coalition partners, must transition to a more limited mission of training and assisting the Afghan forces and conducting counterterrorism operations. Yet it remains to be seen whether conditions on the ground in Afghanistan will improve sufficiently by the end of 2016 to warrant the pace of further reductions under the current plan. Ukraine. Russia's aggression against Ukraine challenges order and progress in Europe. In the past few days, separatists in eastern Ukraine with substantial Russian equipment, training, and leadership have abandoned any pretext of a ceasefire and launched a broad offensive against Ukrainian forces. The United States must determine how to best support the Ukrainian forces and people in defending their country. Cyber. For years now, we have devoted significant attention to the looming and complex challenge of cyber warfare. The attack on the Sony Corporation in America, however, was in important respects a watershed event that should stimulate fresh, critical thinking. This attack demonstrates that a relatively small and weak rogue nation can reach across the oceans to cause extensive destruction of a U.S.-based economic target and very nearly succeed in suppressing freedom of expression through cyberspace. The real and manifest advantages of the offense over the defense in cyber warfare that enabled military inferior nations to strike successfully against the homeland is a new and worrisome factor for national security. These issues are only a few of the external challenges facing the Defense Department, but there are also significant internal challenges that must be addressed. Sequestration. Last week, before this committee, General Mattis said, "No foe in the field can wreak such havoc on our security that mindless sequestration is achieving today." General Odierno informed this committee that only 1/3 of Army brigades are ready to fight. General Welch testified that less than 50% of our combat squadrons are fully combat ready. Sequestration threatens not only our national security, but risks damage to our public safety, health, transportation, education, and the environment. While the Department manages through these difficult fiscal realities, Congress must find a balanced and bipartisan solution and a repeal of sequestration. Rising costs, and the Chairman has alluded to this very succinctly and very directly. Even without sequestration, the Defense Department would have to tackle rising costs, including personnel costs, which consume 1/3 of the Defense Department's budget. Yesterday, this committee heard the testimony of the Military Compensation and Retirement Committee. Their recommendations are far-reaching and would fundamentally change military personnel benefits. But these recommendations must be carefully considered because changes must occur to ensure the Department can properly train and equip its fighting men and women. The other major cost driver in the Defense Department is acquisition. While the Department has implemented significant acquisition reforms, many under your leadership, defense acquisition still takes too long and costs too much. We can and we should do more to streamline and improve the system. And finally, but most importantly, if confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will be leading 1.3 million active duty military, 820,000 reserve and guard, and 773,000 civilians. They are tired and overtaxed from a decade of war and years of fiscal uncertainty. They are wrestling with the same issues as civilian society, issues like sexual assault and suicide. Yet they are committed to protecting this nation and remain the finest force in the world. Dr. Carter, I look forward to discussing these and other issues with you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I note the presence of our beloved friend and former colleague, a member of this committee since the Coolidge administration, and we're very happy to have him here this morning, our beloved friend Joe Lieberman. Senator Lieberman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and it was a great comfort to me when I arrived during the Coolidge administration to find that you had already been here several years. I must say I'm delighted to be here, and it's really somewhat sentimental for me to be here. I appreciate very much the opportunity. It's a privilege for me to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee today to introduce Dr. Ash Carter. This is not the first time I have had this privilege. In fact, it is the third time. The first was on March 26, 2009, when Ash was nominated to be Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. Second was on September 13, 2011, when he was nominated to be Deputy Secretary of Defense. So today, I suppose I could say I don't think I've ever been so pleased to be asked to repeat myself as I am honored to have been by Ash Carter to introduce him to you as President Obama's nominee to be the 25th Secretary of Defense of the United States of America. Ash Carter graduated from Yale College, summa cum laude, with a unique combination of majors, physics and medieval history. During his time as a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford, he temporarily resolved the question of, which was on everyone's mind, I'm sure, about whether he was primarily a historian or a physicist. He earned a doctorate at Oxford in theoretical physics. Nevertheless, to confound observers and prognosticators, he went on to become the chair of the International and Global Affairs faculty at Harvard at the John F. Kennedy School of Government and co-director of the Preventive Defense Project at the Kennedy School's Belfer Center. Mr. Chairman, Senator Reid, it would really be hard to find someone to serve as Secretary of Defense who combines as much practical Pentagon experience with so deep a background in national security policy as Ash Carter. The fact that you have convened this morning to consider his nomination means that the talents and abilities of a brilliant and extraordinary strategic thinker and public servant and administrator can again be put to use for our nation. It also means, as you've said, that Ash Carter has again chosen, with the support of his wife and family, to answer the call to duty to serve our country. Over the past 30 years, Dr. Carter has worked directly or indirectly for virtually every Secretary of Defense, no matter the political party of the Secretary. He knows the department he has been asked to lead very well, and therefore can begin leading it on day one. From 1993 to 1996, Ash served as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy. During that time, he worked on the landmark Nunn-Lugar Arms Control Program, and I got to know him when we traveled together with Secretary of Defense Bill Perry and Senators Nunn and Lugar to the former Soviet Union to observe them destroying nuclear submarines and dismantling missiles and missile sites as part of Nunn-Lugar. I think we actually bonded personally at one dinner hosted by the high command of the Russian military, in which I believe it's accurate to say that Ash and I were the only two members of the American delegation to keep up with the vodka toasts of friendship with our Russian colleagues. When I think back to those days, and you think of what's happening in Russia today and what Russia is doing outside its borders, those memories are really quite poignant. Too much has changed for the worse. But in thinking about introducing Ash today, he's done so much. It's important to note that he spearheaded some developments during that period of time, particularly the removal of nuclear weapons from Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus, which, needless to say, have and continue to make our world a lot safer than it would otherwise be. Speaking of travel, Ash had the good judgment, Mr. Chairman, to come with us several times to the Munich Security Conference. And I must say, watching him there, I was impressed by the range and depth of his relationships with the top level of particularly military, but also foreign policy leaders of our European allies in NATO. I would say, and I would guess that members of the committee would agree, that Ash Carter's most important contributions during his past Pentagon service have been in American lives saved on the battlefield. He was the driving force in providing 6,500 MRAP vehicles to our troops in Afghanistan in record time, an action that saved many lives and gave our troops the confidence that there was someone in Washington who was working for them. Ash Carter's fierce dedication to our warfighters is well known, and I think will be one of his greatest legacies. More broadly, the improvements he brought about in the Pentagon acquisitions process show his mastery of this complex and critical field and will make him an excellent partner for you, Mr. Chairman, in the continuing work that I know you, Senator Reid, and this committee want to do to improve defense procurement. Dr. Carter's service on boards and commissions includes the Defense Science Board, the Defense Policy Board, the Secretary of State's International Security Advisory Board, and the Congressional Commission on the Strategic Posture of the United States. Ash Carter has been accurately described as a man for all seasons, a man of enormous talents and experiences. It is also true that he has made choices in his life about how he has used his talents and experiences. He has chosen to go where his intellect, his values, and his patriotism have called him. We are fortunate indeed that President Obama has nominated Dr. Carter to be our next Secretary of Defense. And if I may say so, the President is fortunate that he will have so experienced a leader at the Pentagon and so wise an advisor in the inner councils of this administration, all of which explains why I'm so truly honored to introduce Ashton Carter to this great committee at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lieberman. We're always glad to have you here, and if you'd like to take a seat on the dais, we welcome it. Dr. Carter, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Reed, all the distinguished members of this committee, thank you all. Thank you for inviting me to appear before you as President Obama's nominee to be Secretary of Defense. I'm honored by his trust and confidence, and also by the prospect of serving, once again, the troops and the country that I love so much. If confirmed, I will take the office of Secretary of Defense after one of our nation's most honorable and conscientious public servants, Chuck Hagel. I worked for Secretary Hagel, and I've known him for decades, though not over all of the many decades he served our country. Among the many traits I admire in Secretary Hagel is the tireless care with which he carried out the most solemn duty of a Secretary of Defense, which is to the relatively few brave young men and women who defend the rest of us. I also thank Senator Lieberman for his warm and generous introduction. As he noted, it's not the first time he's done so, but especially for his service to this body and to the nation over many years. Thank you, sir. My perfect wife, Stephanie, and wonderful children, Will and Ava, are behind me, as they always are every day, and I thank them. The President frequently notes that America has the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. To the men and women of the Department of Defense who make it so, and to this committee, which watches over them, I pledge that if I'm confirmed as Secretary of Defense, to keep faith with the dedication that brought them into service, to ensure that their training and equipment are as superb as they are, that the well-being, safety, and dignity of each of them and their families is fostered and respected, and that decisions about when and where they are sent into harm's way are made with the greatest reflection and care. The principal reason that Stephanie and I made a U-turn in our life to accept the offer of nomination is our respect and devotion to them. To Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be brief. If confirmed as Secretary of Defense, my responsibilities would be to protect America and its friends and allies in a turbulent and dangerous world. At the same time, I never lose sight of the fact that the United States remains the strongest, most resilient, and most influential nation on earth. We do indeed have the finest fighting force the world has ever known. We have an innovative economy that has long set the pace for the rest of the world. Our country has friends and allies in every corner of the world, and our adversaries have few. This is clear testimony to the appeal of our values, our principles, and our leadership. All this makes me proud and hopeful and determined to grab hold of the bright opportunities in front of us, as well as to counter the very real dangers we face. These dangers, as the chairman has noted, include continuing turmoil in the Middle East and North Africa and the malignant and savage terrorism emanating from it, an ongoing war in Afghanistan, the reversion to old-style security thinking in parts of Europe, the long-standing tensions from the past and the rapid changes in Asia, and the continuing need for the stabilizing role of the United States in that region, which is so important to the future. The continuing imperative to counter the spread of or use of weapons of mass destruction, and new dangers in new domains, like cyber, as noted by Senator Reid. Strategy needs to keep all these problems in perspective and to craft lasting approaches to each of them. I have promised President Obama that if I am confirmed, I will furnish him my most candid strategic advice. In formulating that advice, I intend to confer widely among civilian and military leaders, including on this committee, experts and foreign partners. And when the President makes a decision, I will also ensure that the Department of Defense implements it with its long-admired excellence. I will also ensure that the President receives candid professional military advice. This is not only consonant with the law as written in this very committee, but with good sense, since our military leaders possess wide and deep experience and expertise. The law also prescribes the chain of command, and if I'm confirmed as Secretary of Defense, I will be a stickler for the chain of command. I'd also like to say a word about the defense budget. Chairman, members of the committee, I very much hope that we can find a way together out of the wilderness of sequester. Sequester is risky to our defense. It introduces turbulence and uncertainty that are wasteful. And it conveys a misleadingly diminished picture of our power in the eyes of friends and foes alike. I'm not familiar with the details of the 2016 budget submitted just a couple days ago, and if confirmed, I will come back here for a full posture hearing to discuss them. But I strongly support the President's request for relief from sequester caps in 2016 and through the future year defense plan. If confirmed, I will do my part to assist the President in working with Congress to resolve the overall issues of the country's fiscal future, of which the defense budget is a part. But I cannot suggest support and stability for the defense budget without at the same time frankly noting that not every defense dollar is spent as well as it should be. The taxpayer cannot comprehend it, let alone support the defense budget, when they read, as the chairman has noted, of cost overruns, lack of accounting and accountability, needless overhead, and the like. This must stop. Every company, state, and city in the country has had to lean itself out in recent years. And it should be no different for the Pentagon. And in this matter, I know I'm echoing Chairman McCain, Senator Reid, and this committee, which has long called for and taken concrete action on reform of acquisition and other parts of the defense enterprise in the Weapons System Acquisition Reform Act of 2009, and before that, dating back to the Packard Commission, and the Goldwater-Nichols Act. I began my own career in defense in connection with the implementation of the Packard Commission's recommendations. The issues and solutions change over time as technology and industry change. They extend from acquisition, which was highlighted by the chairman in programs like Future Combat Systems and the presidential helicopter, which I canceled. I signed the cancellation orders for in 2009, to the Ford aircraft carrier, which Senator McCain also noted, which was not satisfactorily solved and still not its overruns. And I agree with the chairman in that regard. We've got a lot of work to do. The issues and solutions for acquisition reform change over time as technology and industry change, as I noted. They extend from acquisition, and this is important, to all other parts of the defense budget: force size, compensation, and training, as well as equipment. If confirmed as Secretary of Defense, I pledge to make needed change in the Pentagon, but also to seek support from Congress, because I know that in the end, Congress holds the power of the purse. I look forward to partnership with this committee in what can be a period of historic advance. Mr. Chairman, Senator Reid, members of the committee, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you. If confirmed, I will seek out your thoughts, perspectives, and combat experiences to help me do the best job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter, and we will have multiple rounds, but we'll have short ones, 5 minutes, because that'll give more opportunity for members to ask questions. And in about an hour, Dr. Carter needs a short break. As we all know, he's recovering from recent surgery. So we'll take a break then for as long as you need, and we will go into this afternoon so that all members are able to ask sufficiently the questions that they have. And to start with, Dr. Carter, members of this committee met with King Abdullah yesterday. He made a graphic statement about needing some weapons and the difficulties he's having with those. And we will be signing a letter this morning. And as I said, it may require some legislation. But are you aware of the problems that Jordanians are having with acquiring some of the weapons that they need?
I'm not, Mr. Chairman. I learned of them this morning as well. And if I'm confirmed, I definitely want to find out what they are and resolve them, because we need partners on the ground to beat ISIS. And the Jordanian people have clearly reacted the way that encourages us to support them in combating what is really a savage and nasty.
Thank you. Last week, General Mattis was before this committee. He said in Afghanistan, we need to consider if we're asking the same outcome there as we saw last summer in Iraq, should we pull out all our troops on the administration's proposed timeline, and the gains achieved at great cost against our enemy in Afghanistan are reversible? General Keane said, all we accomplished in Afghanistan will be at risk as if it was in Iraq if the troops are pulled out, not based on the conditions on the ground. How can we not learn the obvious and painful lessons from Iraq? Do you have a position on the withdrawal from Iraq? Do you believe that it should be calendar-based as it is now, or should we be looking at the conditions on the ground to base those decisions?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and also thank you for your consideration about the back. I appreciate that. The campaign in Afghanistan has been close to my heart for all the time that I've been associated with the Department of Defense. I've been there a number of times. I think that success is possible there, but as you indicate, requires the United States to continue its campaign and finish the job. I understand we have a plan. The President has a plan. I support that plan. At the same time, it's a plan. And if I'm confirmed and I ascertain as the years go by that we need to change that plan, I will recommend those changes to the President.
Well, all I can say is it's not a matter of years. It's a matter of weeks, actually, because one of the major withdrawals is going to start this coming June. And so I hope that you will assess that as quickly and as carefully as possible. In his testimony to the committee this week, Dr. Kissinger said, quote, "In the Middle East, a multiple of evils are unfolding simultaneously. Iran has exploited this turmoil to pursue positions of power within other countries." Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Do you believe that we need to have a strategy to combat ISIS and the continued successes in many respects that they are achieving?
Absolutely.
Do you believe we have a strategy at this time?
I believe I understand our strategy at this time, Mr. Chairman. I also have the intention, again, if confirmed, to make it my first priority to go there, to talk to our leaders, military leaders there, to confer with you.
What do you understand the strategy to be?
And to, I think the a strategy connects ends and means, and our ends with respect to ISIL needs to be its lasting defeat. I say lasting because it's important that when they get defeated, they stay defeated. And that is why it's important that we have those on the ground there who will ensure that they stay defeated once defeated. It's different on the two sides of the border. It's one enemy, but it's two different contexts. Mr. Chairman, in Iraq, the force that will keep them defeated is the Iraqi security forces. That's our strategy, is to strengthen them and to make them that force. On the Syrian side, not to take too long about it, we are trying to build the force that will keep them defeated, and that's going to be a combination of moderate Syrian forces and regional forces.
Well, it sounds like, it doesn't sound like a strategy to me, but maybe we can flesh out your goals. It sounds like a series of goals to me. Do you believe we should be supplying arms, defensive arms to Ukrainians?
I very much incline in that direction, Mr. Chairman, because I think we need to support the Ukrainians in defending themselves. The nature of those arms I can't say right now because I haven't conferred with our military leaders or Ukrainian leaders, but I incline in the direction of providing them with arms, including, to get to what I'm sure your question is, lethal arms.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. Senator Reed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. One way to evolve a strategy is to first look at the threat. So let's, the Middle East. Do you believe the most immediate threat there to U.S. interest in the region is ISIL?
I hesitate to say ISIL only because in the back of my mind is Iran as well. So I think that we have two immediate substantial dangers in the Middle East. One is ISIL and one is Iran.
In terms of our current military operations, they are clearly directed at ISIL. Is that the appropriate response at this moment to the threats in the region?
It is.
And as you point out, there are two theaters. One is Iraq, where we have more traction, and the other is Syria. So you would think in terms of responding to the threat that our actions or our vigorous support of the current Iraqi government is appropriate in responding to this ISIL threat?
It is appropriate if as I said, whether and how to improve it will be my first job if I'm confirmed as Secretary of Defense.
One of the issues, particularly with respect to Iraq, is that not only improvement, as you suggest in your comments, the long-term defeat of ISIL rests not just on military operations, but on political arrangements. And what we've witnessed in Iraq particularly, it was a political arrangement that consciously and deliberately degraded the Sunni population. At least that's their perception, and gave rise. So would you acknowledge that part of our strategy has to be constituting an Iraqi government that is perceived by its own people as being a bit fairer and inclusive?
Absolutely. That's what the previous government of Iraq did not do, and that was instrumental in their military collapse.
And one of the issues that complicates, and you pointed out in terms of Iran being a strategic issue for the United States in the region, is their relative influence in Iraq and throughout the region was enhanced over the last several years by the government in Iraq, by the Maliki government. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
So we are now in a position of trying to essentially contain the regional ambitions of the Iranians and kinetically defeat the Sunni radical Islamists. Is that the strategy?
Yes, that sounds right.
And you understand that, and that to you is a coherent strategy?
It is, yes.
Now, that means that, you know, you're prioritizing, or the administration is prioritizing these actions you've talked about and building, over time, a capability in Syria. In terms of using your scarce resources in addressing the most serious threats, is that a coherent response in your mind?
I think it is the beginning of a strategic response. I think that, as I noted, on the Syrian side of the border, the assembling of the force that is going to keep ISIL defeated there is, we're in an early stage of trying to build that force. We are participating in the building of that force, but I think it's fair to say that we're at an earlier stage there. On the Iraqi side, we have the existing Iraqi security forces.
Let me,
Senator Reid, if I
please.
can just note one other thing. It may be something I missed in your line of questioning. There is an issue looming over this, which is the role of Iraq in the whole region. I mean, Iran, excuse me, in the whole region, which is why I pointed that out at the beginning. That is a serious complication.
I agree. Let me turn to the issue of Ukraine, which the chairman raised the issue of providing weapon systems to defend or allow the Ukrainians to defend themselves. But weapon systems have to be clearly differentiated from a commitment of American military personnel. Would that be a clear line of demarcation that you would draw?
Excuse me, I was suggesting the provision of equipment to the Ukrainian military, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter, for your service, and Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Wicker.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony, Dr. Carter. I look forward to supporting your confirmation and look forward to working with you. At a point some 2 or 3 years ago, the Pentagon, along with the administration, made a decision to rebalance to the Asia-Pacific. So I want to ask you about that. Would you agree that our challenges with regard to an expansionist Russian agenda, the situation in Eastern Europe and other areas near the former Soviet Union have become more challenging, and that also our challenges in the Middle East are more problematic now than when the decision was made to pivot to the Asia-Pacific?
You're absolutely right. The issues in the Middle East and in Ukraine have developed since we first formulated that rebalance. It's true.
And to the extent that, well, tell me this. How do you understand, as a prospective Secretary of Defense, the rebalancing to the Asia-Pacific will actually work? And can we afford to move resources from Europe and the Middle East to the Asia Pacific, given the circumstances that we see today in 2015?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. The rebalance to the Asia Pacific region, as the term goes, is in my eyes a commitment to continue the pivotal American military role in the Asia Pacific theater, which has kept peace and stability there for decades now. It has been that American underwritten peace and stability in a region where there are still many historical animosities and unhealed wounds of the past. It is that stability underwritten by the United States that has allowed the Japanese miracle, then the South Korean miracle, then the Southeast Asian miracle, and today the Chinese and Indian miracle. It is thanks to us that that environment has been created. And in a sentence, I think the rebalance is a commitment to keep that going. Now, you ask, can we do that and keep our commitments in the Middle East and to Europe at the same time? And my view is that we can and must. And let me say why that's possible. I think that while ISIL and events in Ukraine are terribly important in their own regard and require a lot of attention and take a lot of attention, they're on the television, they're in the headlines and so forth, and the Asia Pacific is not. We have to remember that half the population of the world and half of its economy is in that region, and our military presence there, the naval presence, the air presence, our allies and partnerships, finding new allies, building new partnerships, conducting exercises, those things can be done at the same time that we're doing what we need to do in Ukraine and that we're doing what we need to do in Iraq and Syria. So I think the world needs to know the United States can do more than one thing at once, and we can keep our commitments there.
Is it going to be necessary to move resources from the Middle East and from concern over Europe and Russia to the Asia Pacific, to move resources? Sounds like you're proposing a continuation of a longstanding, ongoing policy.
Well, it is a long-standing, ongoing policy, but to keep the American military predominance in the Asia Pacific requires us continually to modernize and add to what we have there. We're adding ships, we're adding electronic warfare, that is, we're improving our forces qualitatively, we're investing in them, a new bomber, which is importantly intended for that theater, which I think is very important. So we're buying new capabilities that won't necessarily have a role in the Middle East or in NATO, but are principally designed for that theater, and I think we need to keep those investments going.
You don't advocate a diminishment of the resources we're spending with regard to the Middle East or Russia and Europe at this point, do you?
Now, I think we need to keep our investments going. When it comes to day-to-day employments, and I don't want to get into too much detail here, but I'm sure you know this. When it comes to day-to-day deployments and the location of ships and so forth, we do move back and forth between the Gulf and the Pacific. And so there is some trade-off there on a day-to-day basis. But in terms of our fundamental investments in new capabilities and remaining ahead of any other military opponent, including in Asia, and in our building and strengthening our alliances with Japan, with South Korea, with the Philippines, with Australia, with Thailand, and new partnerships with other countries like India. We need to keep all that going. It's an important part of the world.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and your family, and I also want to thank Secretary Hagel for his service as Secretary of Defense and to our nation. He took the point in Vietnam. He took the point for our Defense Department, and we're grateful for what he's done. I was privileged to travel with some other senators recently to the Middle East, and we talked to a number of the nations there. And I just want to make sure that, in your mind, do you believe when we look at ISIS, our goal should be to eliminate them on a permanent basis?
Yes, I do.
Well, one of my concerns is time. And what I mean by that is when you look at the map of where they were a year ago, where they are now, they've substantially grown. And so we have windows that we're working in. And when we look at our plan, I'm concerned about how, when you look at the depth and the size of our plan, that what it really does, they have 30,000, we're talking hundreds. It gives them time to grow even more, and you worry about a tipping point where X crosses Y, and they become much more difficult. So what kind of time plan are you looking at to get movement on this?
I think it's important to strike back at ISIL as we're doing from the air, but to begin to retake territory as soon as we can build the forces on the ground, which will be local forces, that are capable of sustaining defeat when we have achieved defeat in a given location. So I hope that in coming months, and I'm not in a position to have any special information about this or talk to our commanders or so forth, but it's my understanding that in coming months, the Iraqi security forces, assisted by us, will begin to take back territory from ISIL. And I think you're right that it's important to get that territory back soon, because you don't want them to settle in, and you don't want the population to settle into having ISIL rule them in their barbaric way.
And when we talked to the king yesterday and to others in the region, what they said is, we're not asking you to fight our battle, but we need you as a partner, shoulder to shoulder, to help us train, to help us plan, to help us implement. Is that what you see our ground role as?
Yes, I think exactly right. You're referring to the assistance we provide to the Jordanians, if I understand the question.
Right, and
Absolutely.
to the other nations are looking at the same thing.
That's right.
One of the things we had testimony on yesterday was in regards to, switching themes a little bit, the DOD and the VA with drug formularies. We lost 479 young men and women to suicide in 2013 who were in the military. We lost 132 in combat. We don't want to lose any more. So part of what General Corelli was telling us is that with the drug formularies, it causes dramatic change for those who are coming off and going into the VA. All of a sudden they look up, they're being forced on different drugs and stuff. As Secretary of Defense, are there things you can do to help us with that?
I think there definitely are and must be. I think the relationship between the Department of Defense and the Department of Veterans Affairs has to be a relationship like this, because it's one soldier. They cross the boundary from one to the other when they move and become a veteran, but it's one soldier. And so I am familiar, or that is, I remember from years back when I was in the department, of this question of the different formularies. People DOD calls a drug one thing and VA calls it another thing, and they have one set of dosages and the other.
And our troops,
we've got to get these together. It's one patient. It's one.
They get lost in the shuffle.
Exactly.
And it's at a most critical time to them personally. And so your absolute commitment to that, and I know it is going to be critical. I wanted to ask you one other thing, as I'm starting to get a little short on time, and that is your expertise in the nuclear area. And I was wondering if you are familiar with a report issued by Madeline Creedon and Rear Admiral Fanta. They did a department-wide nuclear enterprise review. It is classified, but it is very sobering. And I just want to make sure that, I didn't know if you had seen it yet. If you have, will you take ownership of the issue and ensure its findings are addressed?
Thank you, Senator. I have not had access to that particular report, but with respect to the nuclear enterprise, I have a long history in that regard, and am a strong believer in a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear arsenal for the United States. And that encompasses both the nuclear weapons themselves and the delivery systems of the Department of Defense and the command and control systems for it. So I can well understand if they're calling attention to the enduring need to make that a priority. That's another thing that's not in the newspapers every day. Thank God, nuclear weapons being used aren't in the newspapers every day, but it's a bedrock of our security, and we can never forget that. And so continuing quality and excellence in the nuclear enterprise is very important. I am committed to that.
Senator
Thank
Ayotte.
you.
I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank you, Dr. Carter, for all your service to the nation and your willingness to serve again. I would like to ask you about, according to the Director of National Intelligence, we know that at least 107 terrorists who were formerly detained at Guantanamo and then released have been confirmed of re-engaging in terrorism. And in fact, an additional 77 are also suspected of that. In fact, we know that public reports tell us that at least 2 Guantanamo detainees have also joined ISIS. And so what I would like to ask you, number one, there were reports that Secretary Hagel said that he was under pressure to increase the pace of transfers of Guantanamo detainees by the administration. And as you know, the statute says that you, as the incoming Secretary of Defense, will have to make the determination, and only if you determine that the actions, there's a whole set of factors, but in particular, you have to determine that actions that have been or are planned to be taken will substantially mitigate the risk of such an individual engaging or re-engaging in any terrorist or other hostile activity that threatens the United States or United States persons or our interests, or I would assume our allies as well. And so I would ask you, Secretary Carter, soon to be Secretary Carter, thank you, but I would ask you to tell us and to make a commitment to this committee that you will not succumb to any pressure by this administration to increase the pace of transfers from Guantanamo. Will you commit to that?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I would also ask you to commit to this committee that you will take with the utmost seriousness, because we had General Mattis before the committee the other day, and he expressed deep concern over the notion that one of our men and women in uniform could confront a terrorist that we had previously captured, and the implications to them, that you will commit to this committee and to all of us that you will not allow the release of someone that you think could re-engage in terrorism, so that our men and women in uniform will be confronted with them again.
I do, Senator. I understand my responsibilities under that statute, and I'll, as in everything else I do, I'll play it absolutely straight.
We appreciate that. That's very important, because we have seen an accelerated release of detainees, and as you know, there have been public reports about one of the Taliban 5 re-engaging in terrorist activities. So this is something that I think is of utmost importance. The last thing that one of our men and women in uniform should confront is a terrorist that we had previously captured, and I know you agree with me on that. I wanted to follow up on the aid to Ukraine, and I really appreciate the comments that you made that you are inclined to support lethal aid to Ukraine. And when we met in my office, you had told me that you were actually there and involved in the signing of the Budapest Memorandum in 1994. Is that right?
That's right.
And so as you look at what's happening in Ukraine, and having been there for the signing of that memorandum, what are the implications, given that the Ukrainians gave up their nuclear weapons in return for the assurances not only from the United States of America, but Russia, who has clearly violated blatantly the Budapest Memorandum? If we don't support Ukraine, given that we do not want more nuclear proliferation around the world, I would assume that it would send the wrong message. If you give up your nuclear weapons and we don't provide you at least defensive weapons, why would any country give up their nuclear weapons again? Could you tell me what you think about the violation of that memorandum and the significance of it?
Thank you, Senator. It is a clear violation. I was there. I remember when that agreement was signed in Budapest in 1994. As I think Senator Lieberman said, I ran the Non-Lugar program during that period, and I was in Ukraine the day the last nuclear weapon rode across the border from Ukraine into Russia. And that agreement provided for Russia to respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine, which it is obviously not done. And that was part of the climate and context in which the Ukrainians agreed to give up nuclear weapons in the first place. And by the way, the United States took on a commitment in the very same agreement to respect, but also assure, as the phrase goes, the ability of Ukraine to find its own way as an independent country. That is at stake today. And that's why I think that we need to provide support to the Ukrainian government as they try to maintain a position, find their own way in Europe.
Thank you. My time is up, but I also think it's very important that we also get NATO, buttress our NATO support for the Baltics as well in all of this. Thank you.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Dr. Carter. As we met prior to this testimony, we covered a few issues, and I'm going to submit questions for the record since we won't be able to cover all of them, but they include military sexual assault, issues concerning combat integration, military compensation, cyber, Iran, and Syria. So I'll send those so you can answer them in due course. But specifically, let's focus a little bit on the military sexual assault issue, which you know I am very passionate about trying to solve this scourge. One of the concerns I have is that last year we had 20,000 cases of sexual assault and unwanted sexual contact within the military. And I would like your view as to whether you believe that level of sexual assault today is still the good order and discipline we would want from our services.
No, Senator, it's not. And you used the word passion. I have the same passion you do. This problem of sexual assault is something that it persists in our military. It's widespread in our society, but it's particularly offensive in the military community because the military ethos is one of honor and trust. You have to trust the person who's, so to speak, in the foxhole next to you. These are violations of honor and trust. Also, in military life, we put people in positions, we put them in situations of austere deployment, of a situation where the hierarchy of military life is a necessity in battle. And these also provide opportunities, this context, military context, for predators. So it is more offensive in military life even than in civilian life, and we've got to root it out. And I know that many members of this committee, but you especially, Senator, have led in that regard, and I'm grateful for the thoughts and frankly for keeping the heat on. If I'm confirmed, I'll feel that heat and I'll understand it and be with it.
The one statistic I was particularly concerned about, the most recent report, is that of all those who were willing to report the assault openly, were retaliated against. 62% of those who reported these crimes were retaliated against, experienced some form of retaliation. So I'm highly concerned that the military is still failing in living up to their zero tolerance policy. Do you agree?
I do agree that retaliation is a dimension of the problem that, to me at least, is becoming increasingly apparent. This is a problem, if I may say, and you know this because you've worked so hard on it, but that the more we dig into it, the more dimensions of it we come to understand. And I think the idea that victims are retaliated against not only by the hierarchy above them, but by their peers is something that is unacceptable, that we have to combat also. And the survey that you refer to indicated that that is widespread, and we need to get at that.
I understand from your testimony that you place a premium on the chain of command. And I fully understand that for combat situations, the chain of command is not only essential, but necessary in every respect. I would like you to, though, consider all options for how you can reform the military justice system to actually professionalize it, make it more effective. And when our allies have reformed their military justice system to guarantee more civil liberties and to professionalize it and to take out biases, they've not seen diminution in the ability to train troops, to instill good order and discipline within the troops, and to do their jobs. I would ask you that you would keep an open mind to look at all possible solutions for improving our criminal justice system within the military.
I will.
Thank you. Another concern that I have is in terms of the issue of how we can create opportunities for women in combat. One of the issues that I have looked at is how are each of the services being able to open those positions, opening all positions to women in combat, because as you know, in order to become promoted within the military, oftentimes combat missions are required, and having certain roles that require combat is required for promotion. Are you committed to allowing women to serve in all positions and to gender-neutral standards for each of the services?
I'm certainly committed to gender-neutral standards. What I do know is this, that the services are examining whether there are any positions in the military that should not be open to women. I strongly incline towards opening them all to women, but I am also respectful of the circumstances and of professional military judgment in this regard. I've not been involved in those studies. If I am confirmed, I'd want to confer with our own leaders in the Department of Defense, with you and others who have thought carefully about that problem, and try to come to a view.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Dr. Carter, for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, Senator Lieberman, thank you for joining us today. As we sat down in my office the other day, one thing that hopefully was very clear to you was my passion for the National Guard and the Army Reserves and all reserve members, actually. And so we have spent a considerable amount of time talking in this forum about sequestration and the effects on our services, not just our active duty forces, but also those that serve as wonderful weekend warriors. So I would love for you to please address the panel and just talk to us and explain to us those impacts that you have seen regarding sequestration and how it has impacted those reserve and National Guard forces, please.
Thank you, Senator. And by the way, thank you for your own service in the Guard. Appreciate it. And I'd begin by saying that we owe a great debt of gratitude to the Guard and Reserve for what they've done over the last 12, 13 years. We couldn't have done, I know this from the time I was in the Department of Defense previously, and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were at their peak. We couldn't have sustained the tempo of combat in those two locations without the contributions of the reserve component of our military. So if there's ever a time when their value was made clear, it's been in the last 10 to 12 years. And they are impacted, as every other part of the Defense Department is, by sequester. That's the terrible thing about sequester. It hits everybody, and it hits them hard, and it hits them soon, which means that we don't have time to adjust. So I think the Guard and Reserve component have borne the impact of sequester, as all the rest of the departments have, sad to say.
And thank you for that. I appreciate that. If confirmed, we do have a number of rising threats that we see all around the world, and specifically in the Middle East right now. So considering those threats, with many new possible deployments coming up, then if confirmed, how do we ensure that our Guard and Reserve units then maintain their ability to reinforce our active duty component as effectively as they have in the past dozen years? How do we ensure that they're being supported?
Thank you for that, and that is the key issue, as you well know. And I think that the reserve component forces need to be as prepared to go into action, if they're called to go into action, as any active duty element. I mean, you never want to send anybody into harm's way on behalf of the United States who hasn't had the training and isn't fully prepared and isn't adequately equipped to do the job. So I think it's important that the Guard and Reserve are at a state of readiness that is commensurate with the need we have for them. And in one other thing I'll add is that they also, not incidentally at all, very importantly, play a role in responding to disasters in our own country. That's another important and, by the way, also amply demonstrated in recent years attribute of having them. So both for defense support to civil authorities and for deployment in a national security emergency, they need to be fully ready when we need them.
Thank you much, Dr. Carter, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Carter, thank you so much for, first of all the service you've given, having such an esteemed senator introducing you. That shows your intelligence there. And next of all, willing to serve at this most difficult time. I appreciate all of that because I know how difficult it is. Let me go. We had an unusual day yesterday, and we had to speak to King Abdullah. And without revealing too much about, I'm sure that you've been briefed on that, but the bottom line was this. We're all concerned, I think, that our chairman is taking the lead on this, how we're going to accelerate what we do and what we think in this committee of how quick we can get necessary military equipment to the people willing to fight, and the Jordanians are willing to fight. And about the red tape, I just couldn't believe what I heard yesterday, all the red tape that they have to go through to get something on the front lines to help them defend themselves. I didn't hear so much they need our combat troops. They need our expertise and our people in the right places to make sure we're efficient. They just need the weapons to do the job. Do you have thoughts on that or how you can help us on that and break through this gridlock?
I do, and I don't know what you heard, but I could well believe what you heard because I have a long experience of frustration with getting equipment to the warfighter, our warfighters, never mind partner warfighters, on time. This is an element that that is important when we talk about acquisition reform. The cost control is very important, but also getting things done. When I was working on the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was, even for Americans, assistance to our own forces, way too much red tape stood in the way, and you had to constantly try to cut through that. And I guess in the context of the Jordanian circumstance, which I'm not familiar with, I'm sure you know more about it on the committee than I would as a nominee, but I do read the newspapers and I understand the need, and I can well believe that it's slower than King Abdullah finds acceptable and that you and I would find acceptable. And I guess all I can say is if I'm confirmed as Secretary of Defense, this is one I'm pretty familiar with, and I'd work to get those things out there the way we did MRAPs.
It seems like the greatest challenges is coming out of the State Department, and we're going to help and work on that, I think, and the Chairman's committed to that, and the ranking member and all of us are on the same page. This is not a partisan thing. This is basically an American thing we want to get done. If I can go to that, basically in the auditing, I'm very concerned about the cost of our military and if it's being spent efficiently. There's not a person in West Virginia, not a person in the country that won't sacrifice for a person in uniform. Not one. They'll give up something. They'll pay more taxes. They'll do whatever you ask them. but we've got to make sure we're spending it wisely. And I think that our chairman has been very diligent on this for many, many years, and I'm concerned. I'm also concerned, we don't touch on this, is the size of the staff. If you look at the size of the staff and how they double and quadruple, and every time we get a new change, the staff, and we don't talk about that, we just talk about our readiness and having people able to perform, but no one's checking the staff sizes. And I'm told from people on top, they don't need these sizes, but no one can get rid of them. Put them back on where they're needed, and also using our guard and reserves. But the staff size, that's something you will have oversight on?
It absolutely will. And I agree with you. We need acquisition reform, but we need reform lots of other things too. Overhead, headquarters staffs, lots of parts of the department, for just the reason you said.
And let me tell you why the audit is so important, why I'm so committed to having an audit of the Defense Department. I think we can help you help yourself of the institution. And the reason I say that is there's a lot of things that you're doing that sometimes you don't ask for, you don't want. There's equipment being sent your way. There's things being produced in different parts of the country just because of who we are. We want to make sure that our people are getting the jobs. I agree to that, but I can tell you, if there's something we're building in West Virginia you don't need, I'll be the first and go and tell them we're going to find something else to do. Because we're not going to force you to buy something you don't need or don't want. And I think we all have got to bite the bullet there, but we've got to look at this, and we won't know unless we have an audit. And I would hope that you're committed to helping us get that audit and a complete transparency of what's going on, and also the contractors. I cannot, I've been here 4 years, cannot get an accurate count of how many contractors that we have and what branches.
Thank you. I am committed on the audit front. I understand what you're saying about contractors and agree with that as well. And I appreciate what you say about us working together to make sure that we buy what we need and that we buy it well.
Thank you, sir.
We'll have Senator Sullivan, and then we'll take a break after that. How long do you need for? 15 minutes, and then after that, the next questioners would be Senator Heinrich, and then Senator Fisher, and then Senator Shaheen would be in line for the next questioners after a 15-minute break. Committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Senator Sullivan.
After Senator Sullivan is
It'd be nice to hear it.
finished with his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Carter, I want to thank you for your service, and particularly, and you pointed out your family, your wife and kids. I know how much they go through in these hearings. Sometimes it's tougher on them than it is on the nominee, so I want to thank them as well. So I wanted to start with just a little history and geography. 1935, General Billy Mitchell, often referred to as the father of the Air Force, was testifying in front of Congress. He said that, quote, "I believe that in the future, whoever holds blank, this place, will hold the world. It is the most important strategic place in the world. It is the most central place in the world for aircraft, and that is true either of Europe, Asia, or North America." You know what place General Mitchell was referring to in his testimony in 1935?
I think, Senator, it was Alaska.
Correct, it was Alaska. Do you agree with General Mitchell?
I do. I'd point out that one proof of what he said, I suppose, is that your state is home to one of our principal missile defense batteries. And the reason for that is that it's kind of on the way to and from a lot of bad places.
Well, I look forward to hosting you in Alaska soon to show you why General Mitchell was correct. But I want to get actually to,
Senator,
if confirmed.
Excuse me, Senator Reid says maybe that's why he was court-martialed.
I think he may have had a drinking problem, but I'm not sure. His strategic assessment was still very correct. A tough part of your job is, as a member of the President's Cabinet, you also, critically important part of the job, if confirmed, is leveling with this committee. You're showing your kind of straightforward approach, which I think is great, but also with the American people. And I think we all recognize their challenges, but in some ways, you know, when the President's talking to the American people, his views seem to differ. Let me give you a few examples. In his State of the Union, he painted what I would consider a benign, almost delusional view of the world environment with quotes like, "The shadow of crisis has passed. We're stopping ISIL's advance. We're opposing Russian aggression. We've halted the progress of Iran's nuclear program." These are all quotes from the president to the American people. Do you agree with his assessment in these areas?
I think that if I'm confirmed as Secretary of Defense, I'm going to be confronting some of the most challenging problems that we've had in our national security in a very long time. My intention, my obligation will be to help our president and help our country confront those problems and provide the advice to the president that will help him deal with what is though we have many efforts and many successes because we are the indispensable nation in this world, we have many challenges, and I think my role for him, if confirmed, is to help him work through these challenges.
But again, just in terms of straightforward approach, you've been watching the international environment. Do you agree with what the president was saying and telling the American people? I mean, I think it's critical that you level, the administration levels with the American people on our challenges. I'll give you another example. He's talking about ending combat operations in Afghanistan, and yet we're going to maintain a robust CT presence, which I think is important. But a robust CT presence is not ending combat operations. Do you agree with what the president was saying in his State of the Union on some of these specific quotes that I mentioned?
I certainly agree with the president's overall thrust. And
that we have a benign world environment right now?
Well, I would say the world continues to pose serious challenges to international order, and that the United States is indispensable to the solution of those challenges. That's what I'd say.
Let me ask one final question. In the hearings the last 3 weeks that the chairman has had, which have been, I think, a great education for all of us, again, for the American people, I think there was consensus that we certainly need to work on all instruments of American power, integrate those as part of a national strategy to address what I think are significant challenges that the president has not laid out. One of these instruments that we didn't have 10 years ago, but there was common agreement on, is energy, and being, once again, the world's energy superpower in terms of producing oil and gas and renewables. Last week, the president took over 20 million acres of some of the most prospective lands in America for oil and gas development off the table. Do you agree that having energy and using that to help our national security is important? And would you agree that taking such huge areas of land off the table, billions, potentially billions of barrels of oil, trillions of cubic feet of natural gas, you think that helps or undermines America's national security?
Well, I certainly think energy security is an important part of national security, and I'm incredibly encouraged by what the progress that the United States has made in developing new resources, both oil and gas in recent years. I think it's showing up in terms of our economy, and also it's showing up geopolitically. With respect to the particular issue you raised, Senator, I'm simply not knowledgeable about it and can't give you a knowledgeable answer.
Okay, I think those kind of actions undermine our national security significantly.
Understand.
Committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes and then reconvene, and the next questioners will be Senator Heinrich and Senator Fisher and Senator Shaheen.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Mr. Carter, will you cut ties with the repressive regime of Egypt and Saudi Arabia? How about our Saudi allies? No, we're excited to hear the Pentagon's going to go through an audit. Coach King can pass an audit, but the Pentagon can't. No free speech here, huh?
spare parts. Sometimes it's taken as much as 6 months to a year. It really was hard for the members to believe that he was facing that kind of obstruction. All right? Okay.
When could this move in committee and on the floor, as long as there are no red flags?
Well,
There are none.
first of all, there are written questions that will be submitted. I'm going to give them 24 hours to submit it. And then by Monday, hopefully we'll have those answers and then move next week with his nomination. I think it's going to be routine
Do you think it could get off the floor before, he's got a recess coming up?
before the recess. Our goal is to confirm him before the recess.
Senator,
All right.
may I ask a question? Do you think that the United States should provide illegal weapon equipment to the Ukraine?
Provide what kind of weapon?
Lethal.
Defensive
yeah.
weapon. Absolutely. I have said that ever since they were invaded and dismembered by Vladimir Putin.
But don't you think that that means that the United States will fight with Russia? Because, as you said, as the Department
Russia
said,
is invaded. Russia has invaded Ukraine. They've dismembered Ukraine. That's what it's all about. Why don't we give these people the ability to defend themselves?
But it seems like an open war between the
It
United
seems to
States
you,
and Russia.
whatever it seems to you is fine. I respect your opinion, but my view has been consistent, and that is that we need to allow them to defend themselves, and Russia would not have succeeded as much as they have if there had been greater cost to the Russians for the aggression they have committed. Okay? All right, guys. All right. More to come.
That's why I said that's why
There's only 2
Committee will reconvene, and we will recognize Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome back, Dr. Carter. It's certainly been a pleasure to work with you, and I just want to say it's really refreshing to work with someone in this potential position who has both your technical background and your ability to work with people across the services and with Congress. You seem to balance those things remarkably well, speaking as an engineer who struggles with that myself sometimes. So if I remember right, I believe you served as a staff director for the Congressional Commission on the Strategic Posture of the U.S. that released its report back in 2009 when I was sitting on the House Armed Services Committee. And I think that report made some very important strategic recommendations. In particular, I thought the idea that Los Alamos, Livermore, Sandia should be designated as national security rather than nuclear weapons laboratories was a very important recognition of how the threat environment that we face in the world today has changed. In addition, one of the things the Commission recommended was that the President issue an executive order formally assigning the Secretaries of Defense and Energy, State, Homeland Security, and the DNI joint responsibility for the health of these laboratories. And you and I discussed this a little bit when we met in my office recently. I wanted to ask you, based on a recommendation from the Strategic Posture Commission, what sort of joint responsibility do you believe that the Department of Defense should have for our national labs?
Thank you, Senator. I recall our conversation, and you're right. Excuse me, I was executive director of the so-called Perry Schlesinger Commission, which did make the recommendation you named. You pointed to the national laboratories, the so-called national laboratories of the Department of Energy, actually are national laboratories. I know this because when I worked in the Department of Defense as acquisition executive, we used them a lot. We asked them to do things because of their technical excellence. So those laboratories that were founded to serve the nuclear arsenal of the United States and continue to do so, now do lots of other things for national security, for the Department of Defense, for the intelligence community, for the law enforcement community, the Homeland Security community. I think they call it work for others, exactly, which means other than the Department of Energy, but it's important, and it was certainly valuable to the Department of Defense when I was there to be able to get that kind of technical excellence.
Well, I think one of the challenges has been that originally work for others didn't really exist at the national labs. They were solely nuclear enterprises. And as that has become a larger and larger percentage of what they do, it's been more challenging to sort of feed the underlying foundational aspects of the lab, the overhead and other things. So what I would hope is that if you're confirmed, and I certainly hope that you are, that I can count on being able to work with you to figure out if there's not a way we can formalize that responsibility for the health of DOD and the other agencies I mentioned, as well as for the long-term health of those national security laboratories.
I understand, and if I am confirmed, I look forward to working with you on exactly that. I understand.
I want to move back to Ukraine for a minute, and we heard earlier about the issue of providing additional defensive military equipment to the Ukrainians. But we've also heard a lot of testimony in recent weeks emphasizing the importance of deterring additional Russian aggression in the Baltics, in Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, particularly by continuing to position more NATO troops and equipment in those places. And I just wanted to get your sense for, are we doing enough in that region to deter additional Russian aggression in the Baltics?
Thank you. And I think it's very important that we do deter Russian aggression in the Baltics. The Baltic states are part of NATO, after all. It's a pretty big deal. But to answer your specific question, are we doing enough? I'm familiar with what we're doing. I have not been in a position to discuss it with our commanders there or any of the European leaders and so forth. That's something that I would, if I were confirmed, be a very early priority to see whether we are in fact doing enough. I know we are doing things. We are rotating forces in there to serve as a warning and a tripwire that NATO really is there, and I certainly support doing that. But everything we're doing, I'm probably not aware of, and what more we can do, I have not investigated, but I promise if I am confirmed, I would. It's very important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter.
Dr. Carter, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to our country. Yesterday, we saw the Islamic State burn alive the pilot of one of our key allies. In recent months, they've buried women and children alive. They've crucified Christians. They've beheaded Americans and citizens of our allies. The leaders of the Islamic State, the ones who direct and in some cases commit these atrocities, have critical knowledge that we need to stop them. They know where hostages are being held. They have information that would allow us to go after the Islamic State's financial support. They know where other senior leaders are. Sure, they have a lot of intelligence value. If American forces were to capture one of these leaders, say Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi or one of his senior lieutenants, would you recommend that the President send him to Guantanamo Bay so he could be fully interrogated for intelligence value?
I would certainly recommend that he be interrogated for his full intelligence value. It would be a legal determination about where he ended up and so forth. But I think it's important that we get that intelligence value if we do capture people like al-Baghdadi.
Would you recommend that he stay in American custody or that he be transferred to the custody of an ally?
As I sit here right now, I don't know enough to answer that question. That would be a legal determination about his ultimate disposition. But I think the key from a Secretary of Defense's point of view, prospective Secretary of Defense's point of view, would be let's get that intelligence.
And would you want to see him transferred to the United States mainland, given his Miranda rights, or otherwise put in an Article III federal court?
Again, I don't know enough to know how that, what the ultimate disposition would be appropriate, but I do know that it would be important to interrogate that individual. So whatever the ultimate disposition or legal process was, it should make provision for interrogation.
Thank you. I want to move to the recommendations of the National Defense Panel for the overall military budget. The National Defense Panel, as you know, is a bipartisan and congressionally mandated panel that reviewed the 2014 QDR. That panel stated, quote, Congress and the President should repeal the Budget Control Act immediately and return as soon as possible to at least the funding baseline proposed in Bob Gates's FY 2012 defense budget, end quote. The panel went on to note that while even that amount would likely be inadequate, it represents, quote, the minimum required to reverse course and set the military on a more stable footing. Do you concur with the National Defense Panel's recommendation that Bob Gates's FY 2012 recommendation for the coming fiscal year is the minimum funding baseline needed for the Department of Defense?
The 2012 baseline, just to make sure I understand correctly, is would have removed $500 billion from the defense plan at that time. Sequester would have removed twice that, and so I don't know what the National Defense Panel said, but I would say that if what they were saying was that the sequester level was unacceptable and that the level that Secretary Gates recommended was the one that they supported, I actually supported that too, and continue to think that sequester is a bad idea. And I am familiar with the results of the National Defense Panel and its membership, which was very distinguished.
So to be exact, Secretary Gates's FY12 budget said in FY16 the budget should be $610 billion. At sequester levels, it would be just under $500 billion. I believe the President recommended approximately $535 billion. So this would be another $70 billion plus that the Defense Panel recommends for the coming year.
I see what you're saying. Yes, that's absolutely right. And I think the Defense Department budget has been under pressure now for the last 3 or 4 years in a way that I experienced the effects of firsthand, and they're damaging. And that's one of the reasons why I want to get back on track to getting enough money for defense by getting rid of sequester.
So while $535 billion or some congressional number in that neighborhood might be better than $500 billion, you think $610 billion, as recommended by that panel, is the minimum necessary to put our military back on the right course?
I wouldn't say it's the minimum necessary to get us back on the right course. We're obviously not going to get that amount of funding, but I can tell you that we can make good use of, I believe, that is, the Department of Defense can make good use of the funding the President has requested. And I'll say one other thing, if I'm Secretary of Defense, I would like to see more spending on defense. I'm very open about that. I want to get sequester, and I would like to see us spend more on defense. I think that we're having, and this may have been what the NDP was getting at, we're having to accept risk in the execution of our strategy as a result of our funding problems, which I would rather see us not accept.
Thank you.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Carter, for your past service to this country and for your willingness to continue to serve. I want to talk a little bit about the proliferation of nuclear weapons. I remember being at the Kennedy School when you gave a very compelling presentation that showed retiring or dismantling some of the weapons through the Nunn-Lugar program. And I continue to believe that this is one of the most serious dangers we face, both in the United States and in the world, particularly with terrorists like the Islamic State who seem to be willing to do anything to achieve their ends. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how to balance the need to address nuclear weapons and material that is still out there with the effort of DOD to modernize our weapon systems, and where you see the priorities are and what we need to do to address that.
Thank you, Senator. I think we need to do both and can do more in the way of securing fissile materials and the other wherewithal of nuclear weapons and also biological weapons and other weapons of mass destruction around the world. And I also believe that the United States needs a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear deterrent, because much as we would like to see nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction rid from the earth, that doesn't look like it's something that's going to happen soon. And it's important that the American deterrent that we provide to our own country, but also to friends and allies who rely upon them, is safe, secure, and reliable. So I think we need to do both and can do both.
You wrote an article last year for Foreign Affairs entitled "Running the Pentagon Right: How to Get the Troops What They Need." And you talked about 2 lessons from Iraq and Afghanistan. First, that the Pentagon was not prepared to fight a non-traditional enemy, and second, that the length of those wars was underestimated, and there was little incentive to pursue acquisitions tailored to the specific fights. Can you talk about how, as Secretary of Defense, you would avoid repeating those mistakes of the past 2 wars?
Well, yeah, thank you. And this is something that I have a lot of passion about, which is why I wrote that. The experience that I had all too often in trying to support Iraq and Afghanistan as the acquisition executive was that when the troops said they needed something, the response of the bureaucracy tended to be, oh, we have one of those. We're making one of those. We have one it will be finished in 10 years. And, I mean, incredibly, that is, in essence, the response that would come back from the bureaucracy. We all recognize immediately that that's nonsensical, because they needed that equipment, counter-IED equipment, vehicles. They needed it now, not 10 and 15 years from now. And our acquisition system got in the habit, and I think the chairman was referring to this earlier because it's a driver of cost, but also this problem, got in the habit during the Cold War of doing things very slowly. The Soviet Union, we always had plenty of time. There was the Soviet Union, it was the Cold War, it would go on for a long time, and we would have programs that extended over 10 and 15 years. You can't do that when you're in the middle of a war and people are dying and success depends upon you're acting more quickly. So I obviously feel passionately about that. I think anybody who observed that bureaucratic tendency would have the same attitude I did. And we've got to turn faster as a military. It's not only when you're in war, when you're in competition with other countries that are using the global technology base to advance their own military. If we're going to continue to be the best military in the world, we can't make steps in 15-year increments. We have to turn faster than that. So I think that's the larger meaning, and the meaning going forward, the lesson, to use your word, of that experience.
Well, and my time is almost over, but you and others here today have talked about the importance of procurement reform. I assume that will be a top priority when you go back to the department, as it has been in the past.
It would, if I'm confirmed, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Inhofe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carter, I apologize for not having been here, and I don't want to ask something that's been asked over and over again. We have a conflicting meeting that's taking place right now. Everyone who's appeared before this committee has talked about the mismatch that's out there, unprecedented mismatch. And I'm talking about all the chiefs. I'm talking about the old timers. You know, as you know, we had George Shultz, Kissinger, Albright, all of them searched their memories and could not find a time in our history when we have the level of threats that we're faced with today and the limited resources that we have. And that's the mismatch that they are talking about with the things all over the world. I mean, that are taking place right now. Do you agree with that? And let me restate that. In the years that you've had such a variety of experience, do you ever remember a time like this?
I think we are in a time where the number and severity of the risks is not something I've seen before in my life.
Yeah, how do you, even the president, after what happened yesterday, I'm sure is not talking about junior varsity anymore. We know that we have a really serious problem with ISIS, with ISIL. We've been talking about the fact that they're building a militia, and we now have seen the brutality and what they're capable of. And I just wonder sometimes if I would like to have a stronger response from the president when the disaster took place yesterday. But I fail to see a strategy in terms of dealing with ISIS, with that force that's over there. Do you see a strategy, and where will you be on this?
Thank you. I can describe what I believe to be the strategy, and just to revert to what you said at the beginning. You know, it was when I started my career in defense, it was a simpler world. There was one big problem, which was
those were the
Cold War and nuclear disaster. To get to your point, and I assume that this is what your other witnesses were saying, it's a much more complicated world, much more many-faceted, and many more problems and issues for the United States to take on. At the same time, I believe we're up to it, and that we're capable of surmounting all these problems. With respect to the strategy for ISIS, I would describe it in the following way. Strategy is about connecting ends and means, and the end here is the defeat of ISIS and the sustained or lasting defeat of ISIS. And to achieve that lasting defeat of ISIS, we are trying to rebuild the morale and power of the Iraqi military and the confidence of its government that in a multi-sectarian approach, so that we don't revisit the Maliki experience, which led to the disintegration of the Iraqi security forces. So on that side of the border, the lasting defeat will be made lasting by an Iraqi security forces and associated forces in Iraq that are rebuilt. One enemy, two locations. To get to the other location, Syria, I believe the approach there similarly needs to be to inflict a lasting defeat, and in order to do that, we need a partner, and we are trying to build that partner in terms of a moderate Syrian force and local forces from the region that can, with our air power and other kinds of assistance, inflict defeat on ISIS and then make it a lasting defeat. So that's how I'd characterize what I see. I'm obviously not in the councils of government, but that's what I infer.
Yeah, and I appreciate that very much. And Dr. Carter, when you were in my office, we talked about having just returned from Ukraine and also Lithuania. When I first walked in, Senator Heinrich was talking about Lithuania, Estonia, in that area. Their concern was that all of our attention seemed to be in that part of the world concentrated on Ukraine. What's true? We've never had. I happened to be there when they had their election for the first time in 96 years. They don't have a communist in their parliament in Ukraine. So we have that problem at the same time as the others you're addressing. And what do you think about our European strength as it is right now? Are we adequate? Are we becoming inadequate?
I think that our strength in Europe is our alliance with NATO and the political solidarity that represents, which is very important when it comes to the Baltic states, and also the response in Ukraine, which, while not a NATO nation, is certainly a European nation, and European unity is an important part of that. So one of our strengths is that. Another strength, of course, is our military strength. There I understand that we are adding forces, rotational forces, to the Baltic states as a presence there, as a deterrent to any Russian kind of adventurism on the part of Russia in those states. I certainly support that, and if I'm confirmed, I'd want to look into what more we can do to do that. I'd also say I wish the European states, and many Secretary of Defenses have said this over the years, were investing more in their own defense.
Yeah, well, and lastly, I'm out of time, but for the record, if you would submit this for the record to me, in the event we were able to get the perpetrator of the horrible crime that took place, would you examine the expeditionary legal complex that we have as a place to do our interrogation? I heard your response to the first question, but we at least consider that.
Sure, I'll learn more and respond.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Carter, and thank Senator Lieberman for your continuing presence at this hearing. Dr. Carter, I appreciate your acknowledging at this hearing the importance of the seriousness of sexual assault in the military. And in response to questions that have been submitted to you, you said that you would take a personal role in addressing the prevention and dealing with this scourge in a much better way. So I will have a continuing interest in seeing how you do in that regard. I also agree with you that the security of our country is very much dependent, I would say, on maintaining the stability in the Asia-Pacific area. So, of course, we need to continue our commitment to the rebalance and at the same time be able to deal with the instability in other parts of the world. Now, President Obama recently visited India and announced a series of bilateral agreements with Prime Minister Modi. Can you talk briefly about the future of the U.S.-India relationship in the context of our rebalance commitment?
Thank you, Senator. The rebalance is a rebalance not only within Asia, to Asia, to the Asia-Pacific area, but within it. Our historic focus has been East Asia, and I think that your question points to the importance to pay greater attention to South Asia as well. India is, in my view, destined to be a strategic partner of the United States. It's a large democracy, shares a lot of our political values and values of pluralism. So I think that destiny will bring us together, but I'm for hastening that. And in the military-to-military area and the defense cooperation and technology cooperation areas, I think there's a great deal that we can do with India. And if I'm confirmed, I would take a strong interest in doing that.
Thank you. Do you view U.S. energy security as a vital component to our overall national security and clearly on the military side? And so what role, if any, do you believe that the Department of Defense has in supporting efforts to increase U.S. energy security?
I think energy security is an important part of national security, and the Defense Department does play a role, not a central role, but a role in energy security. I think every dollar we spend of the defense budget, we need to be able to justify on defense grounds. And we make some investments in energy technology because they pay off for the defense budget and for the soldier. We make investments in batteries, for example, solar cells, things that are insulation, buildings, making them more energy efficient so we can save money. So in some ways, the Department of Defense, like other large institutions in the country, is investing in energy efficiency in the future. And I think that's an important thing to do.
DOD is the largest user of energy in the federal government. Regarding acquisitions, with your experience in the defense acquisition process, including the time in which you led the Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics Directorate at the Pentagon, as you review our DOD acquisition program with its various cost overruns, delays, et cetera, which others have noted, including the chairman, what would be your first priority to improve the acquisition process? For example, would you look at the kind of contracts that we enter into, training, requirements process? What would be your first priority to improve matters?
All of those are important. To take the point you made about contract structure, contracts are a way of providing incentives to industry to control costs and meet schedule. That's an important part of negotiating a strategy. To get to your other suggestion, in order to negotiate those contracts well, we need people on the government side who are capable, who understand acquisition and who understand industry. I am in favor of reintroducing to the acquisition system the role of the customer, which is the chiefs of the military services. I think that's been a proposal made by others with which I associate myself. So there's no one silver bullet. There are many things that we need to do to improve acquisition.
Thank you.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Carter, for your service and your willingness to continue that service to our country. I appreciated our frank conversation that we had in my office the other day and look forward to many more in the future. In that conversation and today also, you talk about the deterrence, our nuclear deterrence in this country as being the bedrock of our defense. I appreciate your views on that, and I agree with your views. We also talked about modernization and the importance of modernization and how, as a country, we need to step forward and really see that through if we are going to continue to enjoy the security that we have as a country. So thank you for your comments on that. In 2013, you led the Strategic Choices and Management Review, and in that review, one of the decisions was to reduce major headquarters budgets by 20% by 2019. That plan was required in our NDAA in FY 2014, but the GAO has issued several reports that really cast doubt on if that is going to take place. And even if we have an accurate picture on what the full resources currently are that are devoted to that headquarters staff. So a couple questions here. Will you, if confirmed, maintain the goal of that 20% reduction in headquarters budget and staff? And how are you going to accomplish it if we don't have any idea of what those numbers are?
I certainly think it's important to diminish headquarters staff and other forms of overhead. I think the 20% goal was a sound one. I do not know where it stands in terms of implementation now, but if I am confirmed, I'll get back to that and try to meet that goal, because we just got to get rid of the overhead here so that we can spend the dollars we have on the warfighter, which is what it's all about.
Have you seen the GAO report questioning if those numbers are even out there, if they're even available? And if you believe that, how are you going to get the numbers?
I have not seen that GAO report, but if I am confirmed, we'll find out where the department stands in terms of implementing that goal, and if they're off track, try to get them back on track, because I think it's a good goal.
Do you think now is the time that we should look at elevating cyber to its own command, or even with the commission that we had yesterday, there's a recommendation in that commission for a joint readiness command. When we look at overhead and administrative costs, what would be your initial response to those that are promoting ideas for additional commands?
Well, I mean, I'm all for paying much more attention to cyber and think we need to do that. But the creation of new commands and new headquarters in this budgetary environment is something I think we need to look at very closely and very cautiously.
As you know, our chairman, Senator McCain, is interested, as we all are, in gaining more knowledge about the information sharing with regards to our cybersecurity threats. That's one area that I believe has broad support. We know there is support not just from members of this committee and members of Congress, but also the President has discussed the need for information sharing on those cybersecurity threats. I agree that information sharing and better defense is a first step, but do you think that we can achieve relative cybersecurity simply by improving those defenses? Or do we need to perhaps go on the offense and impose more, I guess you could say, visible costs with regards to our actions on cybersecurity?
I think both are important. We need to improve our defenses, but we also need to improve our abilities to respond. And those responses can be in cyberspace or in other ways, but certainly they should include the option to respond in cyberspace.
And the option to respond, would you say that would include demonstrating that we have the capability to do so? Is that part of our deterrence when it comes to protecting our country, our agencies, and private businesses when it comes to cyber attacks.
I agree with you. I think deterrence requires that a potential aggressor know that you have the capability to respond. And they obviously can't know all the details of that, or they may be able to counter your response, but they certainly should know that you can respond.
And would respond if necessary.
And would respond, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McCaskill.
Thank you. So many questions, so little time. I want to associate myself with the remarks of the chairman about the weapon systems. You are in a special position because you have been in the weeds, so to speak, on all of this in your previous position, and we worked together on wartime contracting reforms, which now are in the statutes, and I know that you will be aggressive about making sure that all of those provisions are adhered to. I also want to address a question to you for the record on the murky line of responsibility on the building of infrastructure during contingencies, in theater, while we're fighting. I think what we've learned in Iraq and Afghanistan through the Special Inspector General's reports is that this line of passing back and forth responsibility for building roads, building highways, building grids, building health centers, building water systems, building power plants between AID and defense has made it very difficult for us to really hold everyone accountable that needs to be accountable for dramatic failures. And on that note, I wanted to specifically talk about Special Inspector General's reports. Last week, I learned that for the first time in 6 years, the Special Inspector General's reports as to the way we are accomplishing our mission in Afghanistan for training and equipping the Afghan National Security Forces and Afghan police was going to be classified by General Campbell. This had never been done before. Those reports are essential to robust oversight. I kicked up dust last week about it, and on Monday it was announced that General Campbell was evidently reversing his decision in some regard. I want to ask your commitment to make sure that throughout the chain of command there is an understanding that the decision to classify is a very, very precarious decision, because if you don't do it when it needs to be done, it's a problem. But if you overclassify, it removes the ability of us and the taxpayers to hold the military accountable. And I wanted to bring that up to you and ask you for your commitment in that regard.
I give that commitment.
I also wanted to briefly talk about sexual assault in the military. The report that came out in December, while it still shows work to be done, I think it's important that on the record we talk about the success that we have had. Reporting is up. We've gone from 1 in 10 victims coming forward to 1 in 4 in a matter of a few years. Incidence is down. Importantly, restricted reporting is up. And maybe in the most important information in that report that hasn't gotten a lot of cover is that in anonymous surveys and focus groups with victims, more than 2/3 of the victims said they had complete confidence in their commanders and how they are handling these crimes, and that they feel that their privacy is being respected and that they are being supported. That is huge, and I wanted to point that out because I do think we're making progress. But on retaliation, that same report, as Senator Gillibrand pointed out, we still have a 62% rate of retaliation. If you look at the report, you realize it's not retaliation by the convening authority, by the command that is making the decision as to whether or not to go to general court-martial. Rather, it is peer and low-level command that is causing the problem. In our reforms, we made retaliation a crime. We expect to get a report on how many instances that crime has in fact been pursued within the military justice system. The reforms obviously just went into place a relatively short time ago. What do you plan on doing in connection with this retaliation problem and with this new crime within the military justice system to pursue it?
Thank you, and thank you for everything you've done. I have, from the outside looking in, observed and admired the ideas and the energy and the commitment you've shown to this, getting rid of this scourge of sexual assault. And so, first of all, thank you for that. With respect to retaliation, that's one of the dimensions that I think the report you cite uncovered as very prevalent. I think that 62% of victims were reporting experiencing retaliation, and as you say, not so much, although not to the exclusion of, but not so much from the chain of command as from peers and subordinates. And you're right, this is a crime, and its prevalence suggests that we're not doing everything we can, that we need to do to root out that crime. So if I'm confirmed, you can count that I am attentive to this issue of retaliation and determined to do something about it. I'll look forward to working with you if I am confirmed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. I look forward to working with you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. It's a pleasure to have you here. I appreciate your willingness to be considered for this position. Appreciated the visit we had in my office the other day, and you've certainly proven yourself as someone who knows a lot about the Department of Defense, having served at its highest levels as Deputy Secretary in the past. I want to talk about a few things. First, let's talk about the F-35 for a minute. The F-35 is an amazing system with units at Hill Air Force Base that are set to be hosting the F-35 starting this fall. It's a program, however, that has been marred by some delays and some cost overruns, as you know. As the Department of Defense looks at acquiring other new weapons systems and equipment to make sure that we maintain our technological advantage over our adversaries, I think it's important not only to work time and cost efficiencies and acquisition into the equation for such programs, but also to integrate that with logistics and maintenance processes that are absolutely essential to make sure that we get our money's worth. And of course, with a program like the F-35, the biggest single expense through the life cycle isn't just acquiring it, it's also maintaining it and making sure that we get our money's worth out of it. Given that the Department of Defense has been reforming the acquisitions process in various ways for decades, what would you do differently not only to improve that process, but to make sure that acquisitions and development and logistics are all aligned in a way that increases the life cycle and increases the efficiency and utility of these various weapon systems?
Well, thank you, Senator. It is exactly as you say. The lion's share of the cost of any weapon system is not in buying it, but in having it, which is why, to get to the F-35 example that you cite, the long-standing battle to control cost in the Joint Strike Fighter program, which I've been part of but is still ongoing and has to go on as long as that program is in existence. It's not perfect yet. It's a long way from that. Has to extend into the sustainment phase of the aircraft. We've worked on cost control and development. We've worked on cost control in the production of the aircraft, and we need to work on cost control in sustainment as well, exactly as you say.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate your thought on that, especially because your experience gives you a real strong ability to appreciate the nuances involved there. General John Kelly, the commander of Southcom, called last year's border crisis an existential threat to the United States. Do you think that our inability to adequately enforce security at our borders does present a security threat to the United States, including a security threat that could involve the possibility of terrorists entering into our country without our knowledge?
I think control of our borders is an important part of national security, yes.
And so that's something that you would continue to watch out for if confirmed to this position?
Absolutely.
It was reported on February 2nd, so just a few days ago, that Iran successfully placed another satellite into orbit using a two-stage rocket. Do you think the continued development of Iranian ballistic missile technology presents a threat to the United States? And if so, what do you think we ought to do about it?
I do. I think it's a threat not only to the United States but friends and allies in the region, and it's just one of the things that Iran is doing that is dangerous. With respect to ballistic missiles that could threaten the United States, I think that's one of the reasons why we need to keep our missile defenses, and especially our ICBM defenses, current, capable, and large enough in size to deal with both the prospective Iranian threat and the also very real North Korean ICBM threat.
Thank you. As has been noted, in several capacities that you've had within the Department of Defense, including most recently as the Deputy Secretary, you've had to confront the issue of sequestration. Now, many of us, including myself, did not want sequestration to hit. I voted against the Budget Control Act in part because I didn't think that we ought to be putting this burden disproportionately on the Department of Defense as we were. None of us wanted the super committee to not come up with a solution even after that happened, and many of us hoped that it wouldn't come to that, and of course it did. But one of the lessons that I think we learned from 2 years ago is that while it's good to hope for the best, we also have to prepare for the worst. What can you do to make sure that we're not caught flat-footed and that we're ready for anything that we have to confront on that issue?
Well, we need to continue to adapt our plans to the resources we're given. My own view is that we have made adaptations over the last few years to our strategy to accommodate the budget squeeze that are getting to the limits of what it is safe to do. And that's why I really want to see an end to sequester. We need to do more to spend the defense dollar better, and I'm all for that as well. But it's also basically, it's the truth that we are getting to the point where we have bent the strategy, as the phrase goes, and I don't think it's safe to keep bending it.
Thank you. I see my time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kane, but before Senator Kane, I'd like to announce that we will break after Senator Kane and then Senator Graham, and there's a vote at 2:30, so we will reconvene at 2:45 for the benefit of the few remaining senators and any second round that any member wants, and we appreciate your patience, Dr. Carter. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Carter, for your strong testimony today. The chair and the ranking member in their opening comments put the issues on the table, and I want to just focus on two of them, the elimination of ISIL and Afghanistan. Senator Donnelly asked if the elimination of ISIL should be the goal. We all had the experience as Foreign Relations and SASC members yesterday of visiting with King Abdullah at a very emotional and difficult time. But I was struck by something he said to us. He said, look, we need you desperately. However, this is a fight that's the region's fight. If we're not willing to stand up against extremism in the region, there's no amount of outside forces as powerful as they can be who will be able to beat this fight. And he really took ownership of it in a way that I thought was pretty courageous. Do you think it is possible for the United States military to eliminate ISIL on our own, or even with other Western nations, if the region doesn't go all in to combat the homegrown jihadism that is exemplified in its most brutal form by ISIL?
We have to have regional partners because we have to make sure that the defeat inflicted upon ISIL is a lasting defeat. And for that, there needs to be conditions created in where ISIL is now occupying territory that don't make it a breeding ground for victory for that kind of what's the right word? Malignant and vicious kind of terrorism. So the United States involvement is, I believe, essential. It's necessary. but it's not sufficient to have lasting victory.
I would share your view. Necessary, essential, not sufficient. It is still my hope that the White House will send to us a draft authorization for use of military force. I think after the President's comments in the State of the Union, that seems more likely. I don't think this is a war that can be waged in perpetuity without Congress weighing in and putting our thumbprint on the mission and saying that if we're going to ask people to risk their lives in the mission, Congress is going to debate and vote and authorize it. But if we have that debate about the American role, I mean, one of the things that I think is notable, if in fact the region has to go all in against the ISIL threat, so far 80% of the airstrikes that have been carried out against ISIL have been U.S. flown. Jordan has been rock solid in doing a lot of airstrikes, but the other nations in the region that seem to be directly threatened by ISIL, much more directly even than we are threatened by ISIL, I think have really not, other than being associated with the coalition, I don't think they've really stepped forward and showing and been willing to show that they're going all in against this threat, which should be an existential one. And I think that's going to be the subject of some significant debate if we get into a discussion on authorization. Second, Dr. Carter, on Afghanistan, I completely agree with Senator McCain, the chairman's point in his opening. I really hope we have a conditions-based strategy and not a calendar-based strategy. Now, I think it's okay to have a plan, and you indicated a plan is a plan. You can adjust the plan based on the current reality. Senator King and I were in Afghanistan in October and talked with General Campbell, and it seemed like after those discussions, the White House did adjust the plan once already. There were some ideas about the way U.S. forces would be used in calendar year 2015 that after hearing from General Campbell and others, I think the White House adjusted the authorities granted to U.S. troops during this calendar year, and I think that was a conditions-based decision, which was good. But I worry, for the same reason that you do, we've, at expense of blood and treasure, achieved a lot in Afghanistan. I mean, the nation's life expectancy has gone from 44 to 61 in 10 years. And, you know, my back-of-the-envelope math, I always say 30 million people living on an average 17 years longer. That's 510 million years of human life. That seems like a pretty good ROI to me, for as painful as it's been, for as expensive as it's been. So why would we want to go backward? I think in Afghanistan, what we heard when we were there was also a little bit of the Iraq worry. Wow, they've taken their eye off the ball before because of things in Iraq and pulled resources away. And that this is the perception in Afghanistan. Maybe this is getting ready to happen again, as significant a threat as ISIL is, and that we need to be at it. In Afghanistan, they're a little bit nervous that the ISIL threat will pull our attention away and that we could lose these gains. And so I hope in your capacity in this new role, as you dig into the plan, as you dig into the daily conditions, that we'll make the right decision about how to keep the progress that we've gained in Afghanistan and that we won't let a day on the calendar be the determinant of our policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want to respond to that, Doctor?
2,106 Americans, service members, have lost their lives in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the place from which the 9/11 attacks emanated. And so I think finishing the job there is very important. I've been part of that war in my previous time in the department. It was what I woke up to every morning. And so I'm very committed to success there. And we have adjusted what we've been doing continuously as we went along. So I don't have anything to add to what you said, except to remind that the Afghan security forces are what we increasingly have trained to provide security on Afghan territory. They are going to need support after 2016. We're in the President's budget, about which I'll appear before you in a few weeks. I understand that there is, if my memory serves, $3.8 billion requested for the Afghan security forces. That carries through the end of 2016. And then a question will arise, are we going to stick with them, the Afghan security forces? So it's not just about troops, American troops. It's about the overall commitment so that the Afghan security forces can keep the peace there after 2016.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. The idea of Joe Lieberman introducing you is a risky proposition, but we'll see how that turns out. Bottom line, do you agree with the following statement? The only reason 3,000 Americans died on 9/11 is that the radical Islamists who attacked us could not find a way to kill more of us?
That's probably true.
If they could, they would.
That's my guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's a guess, I think it's a fact. Do you think ISIL represents a threat to our homeland?
I do. I do.
Well, they say they want to attack us. There's no reason to believe they're kidding, right?
I agree.
The head of ISIL was in Camp Bucca, and he said, "I'll see you in New York," when he was released.
Right.
So everything they've said they would do, they've done. And one of the things they want to do is hit us. So I couldn't agree more with Senator Kane about a regional buy-in. If you don't get that, the structural problems really don't change. But it's just not about the region. The reason I'm worried about ISIL is because I think they want to hit us. They've got the best platform I've seen since 9/11 in Syria and Iraq to attack the United States. They hold large territory, they're rich, they have a lot of crazy people under their control, and they mean it when they say they want to hit us, and I want to make sure they don't. Do you think al-Nusra wants to hit us?
I do.
They recruited a guy from Florida who was a suicide bomber, I think, in Syria. He came back to come to Florida before he actually became a suicide bomber. They're trying to hit us too. Do you think AQAP wants to hit us?
Very definitely.
Very definitely. They're the people that hit us in Paris. Do you think the Iranians have to believe that a military option's on the table during these nuclear negotiations?
Absolutely.
And if they don't, we're making a huge mistake, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think the Russians are being provocative at a time when the world is already in chaos?
Yes.
Do you think that a cyber Pearl Harbor is a potential threat we face?
Absolutely.
And we're not ready for it?
I agree with that also.
Do you think China is intimidating their neighbors?
Certainly trying to.
Can you tell me, in light of all this, why in the hell would the Congress be devastating the military budget? Can you explain that to me? Because
no,
I can't explain it to myself.
No, I can't. I'm as I long-standing, I'm against sequester.
Yeah. And I left out a bunch of threats because I just have 5 minutes. Canada's in good shape, by the way, so we appreciate Canada being a good neighbor. In 2017, the plan on the table now is to have 1,000 troops left in Afghanistan, Kabul-based. Do you agree with me, given the conditions that exist in the region, the likelihood of a reemergence of al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups along the Pakistan-Afghan border, we would be wise to have troops outside of Kabul?
That is not the plan now, Senator.
Can you please tell me why I am wrong? It is the plan to go down to 1,000 by 2017. They increased the number of troops in 2015, but it is the plan, and if you're going to be Secretary of Defense, you need to understand the plan. The plan is to go to 1,000. I think that is beyond unwise. That will destroy our ability to see, hear, and listen to what I think is a reemerging threat along the Afghan-Pakistan border. So if I'm wrong about the plan, please correct me. This is something you can go home and check out for yourself.
I think you're correct about the plan.
Yeah, that plan needs to change. If it doesn't, we're incredibly stupid as a nation. I want to withdraw from Afghanistan responsibly. I want lines of defenses over there so they don't come here. Doesn't that make sense?
It does make sense.
I am glad Afghans are living longer. I am glad that Afghan girls are going to school. I am proud of what we've accomplished. But I'm worried about Americans living longer. And the reason I want to continue to invest in Afghanistan, the reason I want to deal with ISIL, al-Nusra, and all the other groups is because they're trying to hit us. Do you agree that the only way you can deter radical Islam, you can't deter it, you have to prevent the attack before it occurs?
So I can't give a simple answer to that.
Well, they don't mind dying.
You need to prevent, I think that a comprehensive counterterrorism strategy begins foremost with defenses, but has other dimensions as well in terms of removing the conditions that create safe havens and some of the ability for recruiting of terrorists. So it's a complex issue, but protecting ourselves needs to come first.
And I will close with this. To me, it's not complex. The only way you can keep them from coming back here to America is to stay over there, disrupt their operations, keep them on the run, do not let them gather strength, make them poor, on the run, and less entrenched. I'll end with this thought. Syria. How in the world are we going to dislodge ISIL from Syria without a ground component? And I agree with Senator Kane that that ground component has to be regionally based. We just come back from the region. People want to go in. Saudi Arabia said you could have our army. The Emir of Qatar said we'll pay for the war, but you got to deal with Assad. How can we train up a Free Syrian Army or send any other force into Syria if we don't first deal with the Assad air threat? How in the world could you train somebody to go fight ISIL and then one day they turn on Assad and not expect him to kill them before they get the capacity to come after him one day? How does this work without dealing with Assad?
Senator, let me say something about that. It's a very important question. The situation in Syria is, as you indicate, more than a problem of ISIS. It's a problem of the Assad regime as well. And the forces that we're supporting there have first and foremost the job, as we've discussed here this morning, of defeating ISIL. But I believe that they also need to be creating the conditions for the removal of Assad. That's a much more complex task. I understand that. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but I think that's got to be at the end of the road. And if that's what you're pointing to, I completely agree with you.
Well, could I just say, you really didn't respond, in all due respect, Dr. Carter, to sending young Syrians in, training them in Saudi Arabia, and sending them into Syria to be barrel bombed by Bashar Assad. The morality of that alone, much less the unworkability of it, is in contradiction to everything the United States ever stood for or fought for. I hope you will rethink your answer to Senator Graham's question. This idiocy of cooperating with the Iranians and also taking, quote, ISIL first, of which Bashar Assad is the father, is nonsense and, as I say, immoral. The committee will return at 2:45 since there's a vote at 2:30, and members who seek a second round or those members who have not had the opportunity to ask questions will be allowed to at that time. And so we'll stand in recess till 2:45. Thank you. I'd like to recognize him at this time. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carter, I am going to revisit a little bit of the ground that we covered this morning, but I want to make a suggestion. I would urge that you, upon your assumption of this position, undertake an all-agency review of the policy with regard to the leaving of Afghanistan, and talk to General Campbell, the military people, the intelligence people, the State Department, because like many of the members here, I'm gravely concerned that we will miss an opportunity to preserve what we've gained in Afghanistan. I was going to say we're in danger of fumbling the ball on the 5-yard line. I think a better example might be we're in danger of throwing a pass when you have Lynch in the backfield on the 1-yard line. We've gained a lot, and to lose it in the end because of an accelerated departure schedule that doesn't really fit the requirements on the ground, I think would be tragic. We have a partner that wants to work with us now. We have the security forces that are standing up and taking casualties, but they're going to need some additional support, particularly in the authorities under our air system. And I would urge you to have such a review and to really be very strong with the White House. You mentioned that you will be candid. I hope you'll be candid to the point of being annoying. And what's the worst thing they can do? Appoint you to be Secretary of Defense. I mean, so please, I think this is of some urgency. Number two, in answer to a question, you mentioned that you were inclined to support additional arms to Ukraine, and I share that position. On the other hand, we don't live in a static world, and the danger is we supply arms, Putin sees those arms and matches them and raises us to some extent. And I wondered, with your history of studying geopolitical issues, strategy, and the like, if you could elaborate a little bit on that challenge. If we could arm the Ukrainians and give them some strategic advantage, I think that would be great. The problem is we can't rely on the Russians not responding in some way, and then you're in an escalation situation. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Senator. And I like and remembered, and I think I have used subsequently your expression, fumbling the ball on the 5-yard line. I was superseded by the Super Bowl metaphor, I understand, but this is a war that we have carried all those yards, and so
with some very substantial progress.
Yeah, well, very, very substantial progress. We now have a partner in Ashraf Ghani that is very positive. So I promise you, I will keep working at it, keep an open mind, and tell it like I see it in Afghanistan. With respect to Ukraine, you raise an excellent question. And I think it is true that in strategy and working on these international problems, you always have to ask yourself not the next step, but what's the step after that? So what happens after? And to your question, two observations, Senator. One is that I think that much as I incline in the direction I indicated this morning, the economic and political pressure on Russia has to remain the main center of gravity of our effort at pushing back. And the Europeans are critical to that. So European solidarity and NATO solidarity are critical in this regard, as they are to all of European security and to dealing with the problem of Putin. The other thought that comes to mind is that this is, as I consider what kinds of assistance we may give to the Ukrainian military, one that does need to think 2 and even 3 steps ahead in this matter. So your point is very well taken. And
I would
thank you.
Suggest an article in yesterday's Financial Times that talks about this issue that I think you would find interesting and informative. And I'm not expressing a conclusion, but I just think we have to think hard about, as you say, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 steps down the chess game. Final point, and I'm close to out of time. I want to reiterate. I think Senator Shaheen mentioned the chairman very articulately and forcefully expressed the problem with procurement and money. I'm also focused on the problem with procurement and time. Senator Inhofe had a chart recently from DARPA that showed in 1975, it took about the same time to bring a new automobile, a new commercial aircraft, and a military aircraft from concept to operation. About 6 years, 5.5, 6 years. Today, those lines have wildly diverged, and the automobile is down to 2 years. Commercial aircraft is up to about 7, but a military aircraft is up to 23 years. And that just won't do in terms of, we're going to be building obsolete technology. And so I would urge you, as you focus quite rightfully on cost, to also look at how do we bring these products to market, if you will, or to operability in a shorter time, A, so we can meet the needs of the exigencies of the moment, but also so that we're not getting obsolete technology just because of the lapse of time. And I know you're aware of this. I just urge you to focus on that as well as the cost.
I will do so, and I completely agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator King. Dr. Carter, every member of this committee signed a letter to Secretary Hagel and Secretary Kerry concerning this issue that's been raised with you about the Jordanians and the needs that they have. Believe me, every member that met with King Abdullah was deeply moved by the requirements that he has and his inability to do so. And I guess finally on the issue of Ukraine, what does it take? Do they have to send in more hundreds of tanks that the Ukrainians have no weapons to defend themselves? There's 4,000 dead now. How many more do you think before we at least do them what seems to me common decency, giving them the ability to defend themselves? Certainly Vladimir Putin has gone literally all in, and there is some lessons of history, sir, that if dictators and bullies and who have troubles domestically have a history of striking out and being more aggressive in order to divert attention. This is reminiscent of the 1930s to me, and Neville Chamberlain might be proud. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Carter. First, I think it's very clear with the questions that are being asked today, this hearing really isn't about Ash Carter. I think there's a lot of confidence in your ability, and I think there are a few public servants as qualified as you for the nomination, and I think you and your family should be very proud. I appreciate the time that you and I spent in my office. I think that we've already got several points of agreement, whether it's acquisition reform, training, modernization of business practices in the Pentagon. I look forward to working with you on that and making progress. I also think that defense is an area where you even see in the questions where there seems to be a consistent message from most of the members up here about our concerns with the safety and security of America and the need for us to work together on a bipartisan basis. Because if we don't, we fail the thousands of young men and women who volunteer to defend our freedom. Before I get to a question, I do want to probably echo in slightly different terms what Senator Sullivan said this morning. There seems to be a disconnect between the reality of the threat that we face right now and the way the President portrays it in many instances, most recently with the State of the Union. We have Ukraine is ablaze. I think ISIS and Al-Qaeda are about as strong as ever. You have Chinese generals talking about maybe wanting to settle some millennial scores with their neighbors in the Pacific Rim. We have a situation where I think Israel feels abandoned, and I think the Prime Minister being called a coward by somebody in the White House is unacceptable. We're in a very dangerous time right now, I think, and I believe that you said it very well when you said the number and the severity of the threats that we're facing is probably as great as our lifetimes, as any time in our lifetimes. And I believe that, that you may go into your position maybe in a way to where you can work with people in the White House and the National Security Council to get them to work with you to help us address, I think, these safety and security problems across the world. My first question for you also goes back really to the State of the Union, where the President seems to continue to refuse to call the enemy what they are. How can we fight an enemy with an administration that refuses to name them? A president who refuses to recognize that there's a huge difference between the Muslim religion and the Islamic terrorists that we're facing today. Do you agree with that strategy, or can you rationalize for me why the president seems to continue that position?
Senator, I agree with you that there is a difference between the Muslim religion and the kind of extremism that leads to terrorism that is the threat and the enemy that we're countering. If I understand the reference you're making, it's to the President's statements of a few days ago, which I interpreted as saying the same thing, namely, it's important for Americans to make a distinction and show that they know how to make a distinction between the religion of Islam on the one hand and extremists and terrorists on the other. I don't think, in my judgment, that is to minimize what is one of the motivating ideologies of the enemies we face, which they will say is tied to their Islamic religion. But I don't think that we serve ourselves well as Americans by conflating this kind of barbaric extremism with an entire religion.
I have another question. It really has to do with you in relation to your predecessors. How do you feel you can break through the barriers that Gates and Panetta seem to be very frustrated? You and I talked briefly about the book Secretary Gates wrote, but they both seem to have a great deal of frustration in their time in the position. You'll be confirmed with the White House National Security Team and the Pentagon. And they seem to have left it part in frustration with that. I think Senator Gates in his book maybe even called it amateur hour at the National Security Council. How are you going to be different in relating to the Pentagon and the President's National Security Team?
Well, I intend to be what I've always been in all the decades I've worked in the Department of Defense, which is I'll be entirely straight and upfront with the President and make my advice as cogent and as useful to him in making his decisions as I possibly can. That's what I can do. That's what I've pledged to do. That's what I will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rounds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Carter, I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you last week, and one of the items that we discussed was the need for the long-range strike bomber. In that regard, we discussed the fact that it would probably be, 10 years from now before, under the best circumstances, it may be operational. Fair estimate of time?
Yes, although in answering your question, I'm mindful of what Senator King said just a few moments ago. I'd rather say as soon as possible.
I understand. In the meantime, we have challenges that have to be responded to with other existing platforms, one of which, for conventional purposes, is the B-1B bomber. I think right now we probably have 62 or 63 in our fleet that are operational sometimes. I'm concerned about readiness right now, the mission capabilities of those platforms, because those are literally on the front lines as we speak. Because of their capabilities for multiple types of weapons to be delivered out of that same platform, they're being utilized and they're being worn out. I think mission capability is somewhere under 50%. I don't have the exact number, but in terms of those platforms, I'd like you to talk just a little bit, and I really would like to give you the opportunity to talk about what sequestration has done in terms of mission capability, the need that we have for that platform to get us to the next generation of strike bombers, what your thoughts are on getting back to where we need it, and what the appropriate number of operational aircraft should be.
Thank you, Senator. And you're right. I don't know the specific numbers on the B-1 at the moment, but in general, sequester has hit readiness very hard. In the Air Force, I know, for example, in the summer of 2013, I remember very vividly the Nellis training range, Air Force's premier training range, closed in the summer. First time in my entire professional life I'd ever seen that. So the first victim of sequester has been readiness, and so I can well believe it has affected B-1, which is an essential part of our arsenal, as you indicate.
In your role, and I believe that you will be confirmed, what I'm looking for is a commitment that these men and women that are literally tasked with keeping these aircraft operational, that they've got your full support to get the numbers back up to where they ought to be, and that there's going to be, literally right now, they're taken out of the bone pile to literally harvest parts off to keep those aircraft flying today, that there's got to be a better way to do it, and that if we're going to continue to do this for the next perhaps 10 years, that you have an understanding and a clear commitment that you're going to help them get the parts necessary to keep these aircraft flying.
I have the same understanding you do of the problem, the same commitment you do, and the only thing I would say is it's going to take more than my commitment. It's going to take money also, and ultimately relief from sequester to deal with these kind of things. But I see the picture the same way you do.
But you're prepared to step in and to assist in making sure that those resources are available. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Rounds, we have concluded all the members present with the first round, and I'll defer any comments I have until the chairman has a chance. But Senator Wicker, you're recognized.
Thank you. How you feeling, Dr. Carter?
Thank you for asking. I'm fine. Appreciate it, sir.
You're doing well. And we appreciate your willingness to serve. According to NATO guidelines, we ask our NATO allies to devote at least 2% of their GDP to defense. This has been a stunning failure, actually. Only 4 countries spent that much in 2013: Estonia, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Greece. Do you have any ideas about how we can do better in this regard?
Secretaries of Defense that I have served for almost as long as I can remember have pleaded with the Europeans to spend more on their own defense, our NATO allies, and with very few exceptions, those pleas have not been fully heeded. One doesn't wish adversity on anyone, but one would hope that when they look at Russia, when they look at Charlie Hebdo incidents and so forth, that the European public will come to share the view that they need to be part of their own defense and continue to play the role that Europe's always played of being a partner with the United States and keeping peace and order around the world. So I regret that they're not spending as much as they used to, and I hope, and again, I don't wish adversity upon anyone, but I hope that what they see around them reminds everyone you don't get this stuff for free. Security doesn't come for free. You got to pay for it.
One would hope. I hope you will, going forward, help us think of perhaps carrots and sticks and incentives to have our allies shoulder their part of the burden. You know, I was talking, we had a great discussion with General Scowcroft the other day, and I asked about what we would do about a Russian invasion or incursion into the Baltics. You know, we are a treaty ally of Ukraine. We were unable to do anything. We were unable to do anything when the Russians moved into Georgia. But with a NATO ally, it really is different. And General Scowcroft mentioned tripwires, stationing troops in the Baltic countries, both from the United States and from our NATO allies. What do you think of that concept? Is it something you've given any thought to, Dr. Carter?
I have, and it's one I support. And I believe it is the intention, again, I don't know this, I'm not in these deliberations, I think it's it is the intention behind the rotational introduction of U.S. and other NATO forces into the Baltic countries to reinforce deterrence and to reinforce the principle that this is NATO, and that Article 5 of the NATO Treaty says an attack on one is an attack upon all.
Absolutely.
And we need to, that's a very important principle, and we need to stand behind that and show that we're going to stand behind it. And I think that's the meaning of the tripwire concept that General Scowcroft was speaking of.
If we don't stand behind our word on that article, then our word really does mean nothing. How was, let me ask you this in conclusion, how was Cap Weinberger to work for?
I enjoyed working for him. I was not at a very senior level, but what I did for him was advise him on space, missile defense, nuclear command and control, and the early days, in those days, of what are called the continuity of government efforts, which still continue, and we were just beginning to put them together at that time. And,
what do you think he would say about our defense posture at this point?
Secretary Weinberger was an enormous backer of defense spending and of the defense budget, and he was tireless in explaining the need for an adequate defense. And in that respect, he was a lot of fun to work for.
Yeah, he wouldn't be overly delighted with sequestration and with the current funding level and proposed funding level going forward.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, sir.
Senator King? This is the second round, Senator.
Oh, I
if you
didn't,
have
I'm
additional
sorry.
questions.
I was surprised to get called upon so soon. Let me go back to the question that we ended with about the timing of weapon systems. You were one of the fathers of the MRAP program, were you not? And it seems to me that could be a model for what we're talking about. Could you share lessons learned in that project that might be applicable to other procurement projects?
Yeah, I think you put your finger on it, which when you pointed to the critical variable in a program being its duration. That's important for two reasons, and you indicated this already, Senator, but just to reiterate, time is money. So a 15-year program is going to cost more than a 10-year program, the way we do things. So cost control, it's essential. But the MRAP example points to something even more important, which is technology changes very quickly. Our enemies change very quickly today. And you don't have to be in a war, which the MRAP example occasions, to understand that we need to be able to turn the corner, add new technology to systems, field new systems more quickly than our opponents are doing the same. If we have a 15-year timetable and we're competing with any modern economy around the world, the same thing's going to happen to you as if you're a commercial company that has a 15-year product cycle. You're going to lose. So I think it's very important, not just for cost control, but in order to remain the best military in the world, that we turn the technological corner more quickly. And the MRAP example and the wars example gave me, at least, a lot of ideas about how we can do that even in peacetime.
Well, I think part of it is instilling a sense of urgency, and all the way up and down the line. I mean, the accomplishments of this country during World War II under extreme duress in terms of production were astonishing. Where I live near Bath, Maine, I can't remember the exact figure, but I think they turned out a destroyer during World War II something like once every 17 days, which is unbelievable. Granted, it was a much simpler machine then than now, but and the story of the bombers in World War II is also quite extraordinary. So I think there has to be a sense of urgency. We are, if not directly at war, we are certainly close to war footing on a number of fronts, and that should inform, as you pointed out, this isn't the Cold War where you can do things with a 5, 10, or 15-year lead time. And our asymmetric advantage is technology. And if we're unable to deploy that technology on a timely basis, we're basically losing that advantage. So I, again, very strongly urge you to follow on that. And by the way, Frank Kendall, who is in your office, I think is a star, and I think I hope you're going to keep him where he is.
I can't resist seconding that emotion. Frank was my principal deputy when I was undersecretary, and we're very lucky to have an acquisition executive like Frank.
Well, my philosophy of leadership, which applies to this case, is hire good people and take credit for what they do. And Frank falls into that category. Second question, how do we get more value out of our allies in terms of support for the work that we're doing? I understand that in many countries of Europe, defense as a share of GDP is actually going down, which it is here too, but it's going to 2 and less than 2%. Is that part of your mission? Is to encourage our allies to be more, to contribute more to this, what is really the common defense?
I think they need to spend more on their own defense, because their own defense is also our defense. That's what being an ally is about. And so I'd like to see them carry their full weight of being an ally. And as I indicated earlier, I don't see how any American can be satisfied with the general level of defense spending among our European allies. I think it should be higher.
Finally, and I realize my time is running short, but it seems to me one of the great strategic challenges of this moment is to enlist Muslim countries and Arab countries in the fight against ISIL. They have to realize, and I think the events of yesterday may be a galvanizing factor, but they have to realize that this has to be their fight. If it's our fight, that's what ISIL wants. They want this to be the West against Islam. But the fact that they did this horrendous murder yesterday of one of their brothers, of a Sunni Muslim, I hope will be a wake-up call to the Muslim world that they've got to deal with these guys most directly, not simply by holding our coat, but by contributing and being involved on the ground, in the air. This has to be their fight ultimately. It's not one that we can carry on by ourselves.
Absolutely.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carter, thank you for joining us. I enjoyed having the opportunity to visit with you in my office.
Thank you, likewise.
And I appreciate your many years of service to our nation.
Thank you.
And your willingness to serve in this incredibly important role at a time of great challenges, great threats, and also at a time, unfortunately, when the Defense Department faces significant challenges internally. I have for some time been critical of the Obama administration's foreign policy, that it has lacked a steady mooring and a focus on the very real national security threats facing the country. I'd like to take the opportunity to briefly discuss a few of those threats with you and get your thoughts on them. And I want to start with the threat of Iran acquiring nuclear weapons capability. In your judgment, what would be the national security implications to the United States if Iran were to acquire nuclear weapons?
Thank you, Senator. In a phrase, exceptionally grave, and that for two reasons. First of all, they might use them, but second, their having them is likely to stimulate yet others to get them. So for both those reasons, very grave.
Let's perhaps expand on each of them. What is it about the regime in Iran that poses a significant threat of their actually using nuclear weapons if they had them?
Well, if you take at face value what they say, they have the ambition to wipe off the map other states in the region, namely Israel. They have a long history of behaving in a disruptive way, of supporting terrorism, of trying to undermine other governments, of operating around the world. So I think they give abundant evidence that they're not the kind of people you want to have having nuclear weapons.
And would you agree as well that with radical religious extremism, ordinary notions of deterrence and cost-benefit analysis don't always apply?
I'm concerned that that is the case with people who are extremists of that kind, yes.
Now, Dr. Carter, you also talked about the threat of nuclear proliferation, and in particular the threat that other Middle East countries, in response to Iran acquiring nuclear weapons capability, would then feel the need themselves to acquire the same. You know, what does it tell us? For some decades, it has been a matter of pretty widespread public knowledge that the nation of Israel has nuclear weapons capability. And yet, throughout that time, Israel's Arab neighbors have expressed no burning desire to acquire their own nuclear weapons, apparently because they don't perceive any meaningful threat that Israel would use those weapons in an offensive manner. And yet, the Arab neighbors of Iran are reacting qualitatively different to the prospect of Khomeini and the mullahs acquiring nuclear weapons. They are saying almost without exception, if Iran acquires those weapons, they would immediately need to get their own. What does that say about the judgment of Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region about the magnitude of the threat posed by Iran?
I think it tends to reinforce what we were just saying, namely the prospect of Iran having a nuclear weapon is a pretty fearful matter, and you don't have to be just an American or an Israeli to get that idea.
So would you then agree that the consequences of getting these negotiations wrong that are ongoing, or the consequences of these negotiations facilitating and allowing Iran to acquire nuclear weapons capability, would be severe, both from the perspective of the Middle East and our allies, but also from the perspective of our own national security?
Yeah, the negotiations have precisely the opposite objective.
Let me ask you also briefly about ISIS. How would you characterize our objective right now with regards to ISIS?
To inflict a lasting defeat upon ISIS. I only add the word lasting to reinforce the idea that once they're beaten, they need to stay beaten, which means you need to create the conditions, in this case, Iraq and Syria, so that they stay defeated.
Okay. And a final question. In your professional judgment, what would be required militarily to destroy, or as you put it, inflict a lasting defeat on ISIS?
Militarily, it would be the dismantlement of their forces and their networks. And to get to the point about lastingly, there's a political ingredient of this, which I need to add, which is to have them replaced in Iraq and in Syria with a government that the people want to be part of. And so they don't have to be governed by maniacs and terrorists.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. My time has expired.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your longstanding and extraordinarily valuable service to our nation.
Yes, Senator.
I'm prepared to overlook your deserting the Kennedy School at Harvard to go to Stanford. And I hope you'll let us know if your back requires you to stand up or take a break.
Fine, thank you.
I'll take it out of my time. I want to begin with a couple of brief questions, and I hope I won't retrod the ground that you've already covered. From the conversations we've had, I assume that you will continue to back the current support full support for 2 submarines a year in the construction of our Virginia-class submarines and the ongoing R&D and other programs necessary for the Ohio-class.
I will, because undersea superiority is one of our key advantages, and we need to pursue it.
And it's one of those areas where, in a sense, we need to be on a war footing because we need to be prepared and ready, and the surveillance and intelligence functions, as well as the deterrent capabilities, are essential to our national defense. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Let me move to another area that is very close to my heart, and I, again, want to thank our chairman, Senator McCain, who joined with me in co-sponsoring a measure, the Clay Hunt Suicide Prevention Act. Suicide remains a difficult and daunting, horrific problem, not only among our veterans, 22 every day commit suicide, but also in our active military. And you and I have talked about this problem. I believe you're very much attuned to it, and I'm hopeful that you will continue the military's commitment and the Department of Defense commitment to providing the mental health care that's necessary to help our warriors deal with these invisible wounds and demons that come back from the battlefield with them.
I am attuned to it, and there are people, and we need to care about them and care for them, and those who are having these kind of thoughts need help.
On the issue of our veterans who have suffered from post-traumatic stress, as, again, you and I have discussed, your predecessor, Secretary Hagel, worked with me, responded to my urging him to establish a new policy guidance on September 3, 2014, that finally directed proper consideration of post-traumatic stress by the boards for correction of military records when considering upgrade requests. Post-traumatic stress was unknown in the Vietnam and Korean eras, not unknown because it didn't exist, but unknown because it wasn't diagnosed. And so this new policy gives proper recognition to a medical condition that simply was never diagnosed at the time, but may have caused less than honorable discharges. And I hope that if confirmed, you'll ensure full and forceful implementation of this policy and continue outreach, because it's so vitally necessary, outreach to anyone who may be eligible to apply under the new guidelines.
I will. We've learned a lot about that, sadly, in recent years, and understand now a lot better that it truly is a malady that we can and need to address. So yes, and thank you for taking an interest in it, as you have done in about the welfare of the troops in so many other ways. In the course of the war, I was always very grateful to for your attention to the well-being of the troops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should probably stop there, but I do have a couple more questions. I really appreciate your kind words. On the interoperability of the Department of Defense and the Veterans Administration, I am the ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee of the Senate, and I think there's been an ongoing concern, you're aware of it, of the issues relating to the integrated electronic health records, integrated disability evaluation system, treating military sexual trauma, other shared efforts that really involve a gap between these two great departments, each with a vital mission. And I'm hoping that you will continue the effort that your predecessor, I think, believed was very important to close that gap and make sure that there really is the kind of connection, the vibrant, vital connection that is important to our troops and then to our veterans.
I recognize that gap, and there's only one soldier. There are 2 cabinet departments. One soldier shouldn't have to worry about 2 cabinet departments.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I mentioned to my colleagues, we're now into the second round of questioning. In deference to Dr. Carter's health, I would request that we be as succinct as possible, but I want everyone to have a chance to continue questioning if you're all right, Doctor.
I am, sir, absolutely, Mr.
So I will forego Senator Reed.
I'll just pass.
All right, then next is Senator Cotton.
I'd like to discuss the transfer of 5 Taliban commanders at Guantanamo Bay for Private Bo Bergdahl. Knowing what we now know about the attempted recidivism of one of those Taliban members, as well as the ongoing investigation into Bo Bergdahl's conduct in Afghanistan, do you think that it was a correct decision to go forward with that transfer?
First of all, I don't know the circumstances. I've read the newspaper reports, but I don't have any other information about these individuals. What I do know is this: I wasn't in government at the time the decision was made, but I have read the letters from all the Joint Chiefs of Staff to Senator Levin on this matter, all of whom expressed support for the decision, and I don't want to speak for any of them, but just speaking for myself, it really boiled down to one thing, which you very much from your own distinguished service understand, but just to say it, it is that we have for decades and decades and decades gone back decades and decades and decades in time to battlefields to bring home our fallen. And so it is a sacred duty to bring back our fallen. That was the motivation that the chiefs cited as motivating their support for the Bergdahl decision. It obviously was a difficult decision to make because of the 5 people that you now cite. But they supported the decision, and based on what I know about the circumstances as they were known at the time, I would have supported the decision as well.
Well, I opposed it then, and I would oppose it now. And we didn't leave Bo Bergdahl behind. The thousands of soldiers who went after him, trying to find him, who faced enemy fire, trying to locate him, we're not leaving him behind. You're right that they tell every soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine that they won't leave us behind. That doesn't mean they'll trade 5 stone-cold Taliban killers for us. When this transfer happened, Congress was not notified as required by the law. Can you assure us that in the future, Congress will always receive advance notification as required by law for future releases of Guantanamo prisoners?
I can assure you we will always abide by the law, absolutely, sir.
There have been media reports, most recently from Secretary Hagel himself, that he received White House pressure to sign off on the certification that Guantanamo detainees could be released. There have been reports that Leon Panetta even declined to release these 5 specific Taliban members at Guantanamo Bay. Can you talk to us about how you might resist such pressure if you receive it from the White House when it comes to Guantanamo Bay releases?
I sure can. I'm going to call it straight. I have an obligation under the law with respect to the risk associated with transfers of detainees, and I intend to discharge that responsibility in a very straight-up way.
Shifting to Bo Bergdahl, my understanding is the investigation is still ongoing into his conduct in Afghanistan. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding from the newspapers, but I don't have any inside information.
If confirmed, can you assure us that that investigation will proceed without unlawful command influence at any level?
Absolutely.
I'd like to shift briefly to Russia and Ukraine and implications for the Baltic states. Right now there's fighting going on in Ukraine. Much of it is over the Minsk line, where the so-called Minsk line, where the forces were supposed to be separated since September. One technique that Russia used in Ukraine, then they used in Crimea, then they used in eastern Ukraine, is the so-called little green men. By most reports, these are Russian special operations forces who are operating in advance in Crimea and eastern Ukraine. If Russia has uniformed soldiers operating on foreign territory without insignia, would that be a violation of the Geneva Conventions?
What it is, I just don't know the international legal answer to to the question you're posing, Senator. What I do know is that's what they've been doing, and I don't know. I think the little green men are part of the big lie, the big Putin lie, where he is clearly violating the sovereignty of a neighboring country and then pretending it isn't him and pretending it isn't Russia. As far as I understand, it very clearly is Russia. So it seems to me that's very important. I don't know the legal part of it, but the common sense answer is he's violated Ukrainian sovereignty.
I believe there's a strong case that it would violate the Geneva Conventions to have soldiers operating without insignia. And since you said earlier that you would support putting NATO forces in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, I would say I support that as well, especially recon forces who might be on the lookout for little green men. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Carter, you've spoken quite effectively about the need to address runaway costs, needless overhead, waste at the DoD. I want to touch on the fiscal impact of operating the Guantanamo detention facility. Maintaining the prison at Guantanamo has cost the American taxpayers almost $5 billion since it opened in 2002. An average of $493 million every year for the last 5 years. And in fact, in 2014, we spent more than $3 million per Guantanamo detainee. That compares to about $78,000 per prisoner a year that we use to house hardened criminals in the Florence, Colorado Supermax prison. Do you intend to review the cost effectiveness of continuing to operate the facility at Guantanamo versus placing high-risk detainees that need to continue to be detained in a more fiscally responsible setting?
Senator, I understand the cost numbers that you're citing. They broadly correspond to what I understand. I think the issue that Guantanamo will ultimately boil down to is, what do you do with the people at Guantanamo that cannot be, they need to be incarcerated. Where are they going to be, if not Gitmo, where are they going to be incarcerated? That's a fundamental question that is a very difficult one. It's partly a legal one and partly a practical one, and I don't know everything I would need to know about that, but I hope that as time goes on and engaging with members of this committee, many of whom know much more about this subject than I do, that we can discuss what might be done with these people, because what's plain as day is that they need to be incarcerated, as you indicate, in a supermax type place.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you on that. As someone who helped draft the Nunn-Lugar legislation, which I think was one of the high water marks for legislation in the last decades, how do you view working, what's the right approach to preserving that non-proliferation infrastructure in the current environment?
The Nunn-Lugar program since those days has moved on to other very important missions. It's less focused on Russia and the states of the former Soviet Union than it once was. It's now focused on globally. It has picked up a big focus on biological weapons, which are also very fearsome weapons, as well as nuclear weapons. So it still has a role to play in keeping us safe. It's one of those ways that the Defense Department can act in its long-term interest to head off threats that, were they to occur and materialize, would be much more dangerous and much more costly to have to counter than if we can stop them from developing in the first place.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Back in 1995, we had our nation's first nuclear posture review. At that time, there was some talk about potentially transitioning to a monad where land-based missiles and bombers might not be utilized. We've moved away from that, obviously, in recent years to the more traditional triad. What are your thoughts on the nuclear triad today, given today's global security environment? Is that something you intend to continue to look at? Do you think it's it's meeting the deterrent requirements that we have? And just generally, what are your thoughts on it?
I think it is meeting our deterrent requirements. I think those deterrent requirements are going to be with us as far into the future as I can see. And that's why having a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear arsenal and all the parts of that that are necessitated is a foundational responsibility of the Department of Defense. It's not in the newspapers every day. It's not, you know, as a parent, I suppose, to many citizens, but it's foundational to our security.
Thank you, Dr. Carter.
I want to thank the chair. I want to thank you, Dr. Carter, for being in such a lengthy hearing and answering so many of our questions. We really appreciate it. I wanted to follow up on Russia, and specifically in your advanced policy questions, you had stated that Russian deployment of weapon systems that violate the INF Treaty would pose an increased threat to the United States and our allies in Europe and Asia. And you've also written that Russia should return to compliance with the INF Treaty in a verifiable manner. I think one of the problems we're facing as we look at the challenges we face, Russia's developing a new mobile nuclear ground-launched cruise missile, which is in direct violation of that 1987 treaty, which was likely in development even during the New START negotiations, which makes it harder to not only all the behavior we've seen in Ukraine, but this makes it harder for us to have these types of conversations with Russia and be able to trust anything that they say. What steps should we be taking in response to Russia's INF violation?
Thank you, Senator. And my answer is not based on any inside information or intelligence information, just to be clear, but it is, I'm told quite clear that Russia has violated the INF Treaty. And to the question, what are we going to do about it? You know, I think you have to remind Russia that this was a two-way street, that we signed a treaty that said you're not going to do this, and we're not going to do it either. And if you don't want to have that treaty, why, then you're absolved from your restrictions under that treaty. Well, we are too. Mm-hmm. And what might we do, therefore, to, in a military sense, to respond to this development if it continues on the part of Russia? And I think that there are defensive steps that we can take. There are deterrent steps that we can take, and there are counterforce steps that we can take. And so we have military options too, if they really want to get into this kind of game. Obviously, the judgment behind the INF Treaty was that we'd both be better off if we didn't do this. That's why we agreed. But you know, these are always two-way streets, and I think they need to be reminded it's a two-way street.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Dr. Carter. I wanted to follow up on two areas. First, on the Guantanamo Bay discussion, one of the things that I think is important for people to understand is that we're not, at the moment, talking about transfers, we're talking about releases. And I think that's an important distinction and something, obviously, as Secretary of Defense, you should be looking at, as we talked about earlier, making sure that people can't be in a position to re-engage. But one country in particular I want to ask you about, and that's Yemen. Last year, I had an amendment that passed on a bipartisan basis that would have prohibited transfers to Yemen. The situation has gotten markedly worse since that amendment passed in this committee. It did not get in the final bill. I've got 10 pages of incidents in Yemen, and obviously the recent issues with the Houthis, the takeover at the government, as well as suicide attacks, et cetera. Do you think it's advisable, or would you recommend transferring any of these detainees to Yemen?
That doesn't sound very sensible in the environment in which we're facing ourselves now.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I also wanted to follow up. In our office discussion, we had talked about the A-10. And one thing I had asked of you that I hope you will do when you're confirmed, and that is, you know, I have opposed the Air Force's decision to retire the A-10, particularly from what I've heard from our men and women on the ground, and the fact that it's the best close air support platform for our men and women in uniform. But I've also, we've heard from the association that represents 3,300 serving, separated, and retired JTACs. That is the Tactical Air Control Party Association. And what they've said about the A-10, we believe that F-15s, 16s, and B-1s cannot replicate the CAS capabilities of the A-10. And we know from combat experience that the elimination of the A-10 before a viable replacement achieves full operational capability will cost American lives. So I asked you in my office, and I would like you to confirm again, that you are willing to sit down with some of our members of this association who, as you know, are the ones on the ground calling in the strikes and working with our men and women in uniform, and they work with all of our platforms.
I remember very clearly. I have the letter that you gave me from them, and absolutely I will.
Thank you. This is really important. And I have one other follow-up request that you had graciously agreed to in the office as well. And I think that Senator King from Maine will appreciate this as well. And that is that you agreed to come to New Hampshire. And we, of course, at that point, will obviously love to show Dr. Carter the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard.
In Maine, you mean, the one in Maine?
Where so many of the wonderful workers are from New Hampshire.
Thank you.
So,
If confirmed, I would look forward to that.
thank you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you.
It's not necessary, Doctor. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Dr. Carter, for being here today. As a military, we have moved a very long ways away from using the old compass and map. Many of our systems now are very heavily networked. We rely very much on technology for our weapons systems, for our command and control systems, and that is really our primary tools for achieving dominance over our adversaries on the battlefield. But what we are seeing now is cybersecurity threats, cyber attacks that are looming out there. And a number of countries out there, including Russia, China, North Korea, probably many others, have very sophisticated means of attacking networks. And how do you see that impacting our acquisition strategy as we move forward? And how do we best protect our equipment, protect our personnel moving forward?
I think you said it exactly the way I see it. You understand, but perhaps others around the country don't understand that not only is our civilian infrastructure susceptible to cyber attack, but we have to be concerned about our military infrastructure, because exactly as you say, there's no point in having planes and ships and armored vehicles in today's world if the network is itself vulnerable. And I think, and I hope I can work together, if I'm confirmed with this committee, on improving our cyber defenses, many aspects of cyber, but one is the defense of our own networks in the Department of Defense. That is not where it should be in terms of making them immune to attack by a potential enemy that would impair our own forces engaged with that enemy. So that I agree with you entirely.
Yes, thank you. We rely on networking so very much, from the simple ordering of a part for a Humvee to targeting, enemy on the battlefield. So it goes from every level, from your squad level all the way up through the ranks. Do you have an opinion on this, just your opinion, because it is more than just the military and the Department of Defense and our network security? We could look at attacks to our financial institutions, to our utilities, as being a security risk for the United States also. Do you have an opinion on where the federal government should be in regards to protecting our national security interests versus the privacy of individuals out there that might be using the network?
I do. I have some understanding of that issue, And I would say that the federal government does have a role in protecting the country from cyber attack in the same way that it has a role in protecting the country from other kinds of attack. And I think it can do a lot more to exercise that responsibility without causing concerns over invasions of people's privacy and so forth. So, for example, the government can share information and knowledge it has collected about threats to private networks with those private parties, provided the proper legal safeguards are provided, which have less to do with privacy than they do with things like antitrust and other aspects that are important. I think that the government can sponsor and conduct R&D that improves the tradecraft in network defense for the good of the country. So I think there's a lot we can do, and we're not anywhere near where we should be as a country. I think if we were as unprotected in some other domain that was more familiar to ordinary people, they would be clamoring for us to do more. I think if people fully understand what you understand about how vulnerable we are in cyberspace, they'd want us to do more, not in any way that compromised anybody's privacy, but they'd want us to be doing a lot more than I believe we are doing now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think this will continue to be a vexing problem for us moving forward. It is a situation we are dealing with in many of our separate committees, but I do appreciate your opinion very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sullivan.
Dr. Carter, I want to go back to the issue of Iran for a moment. Under the chairman's leadership, we've had some tremendous witnesses over the last 3 weeks testifying on strategic challenges and how to think through them. Dr. Kissinger's testimony in particular was very powerful. And he said, as we kind of struggle with these, we collectively in the legislative branch, executive branch, these strategic issues and challenges, that we need to ask ourselves questions. And the first one, and I think in his view the most important one, was what do we seek to prevent, no matter how it happens, and if necessary, alone? So I'll repeat that. What do we seek to prevent, no matter how we prevent it, and if necessary, alone? In your view, would preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon fall into that first category that Dr. Kissinger laid out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second, I want to get back to the issue we were talking about a little bit earlier, you know, this issue of kind of being straight up with not only Congress and the American people on our challenges. I think you've been doing that today in your testimony. Again, I have some doubts that that's happening at the highest levels. You know, the President's mentioned in the State of the Union of referring to 9/11 and then saying the crisis has passed. I don't think most Americans would agree with that. But the discussion today about ISIS, and you're talking about lasting defeat, it's really actually Islamic extremism and the threat it poses to the United States and our citizens. What, in your view, is the timeline? Because I think this is an issue that really hasn't been discussed. Some people think that, you know, we're going to declare victory next year, 2 years. There's been others who have been saying, no, this is much more like the Cold War. Former CENTCOM Commander General John Abizaid talked about the long war. I mean, where do you see this kind of defeat playing out? And if it is going to take a long time, maybe a generation, shouldn't we be preparing the American people for that as opposed to saying, oh, we're going to defeat ISIS within a year?
I certainly hope that we defeat ISIS quickly, but that won't be a lasting defeat necessarily unless we have a political dimension to that defeat as well as a military defeat, and that won't be the end of terrorism, Islamist extremist terrorism. Our experience has been this is a movement that changes and morphs and moves around the world. One would like to hope that at some point its inherent unattractiveness would cause it to burn out, but we can't be confident of that. And
So how do you think we should be thinking about it
from
a time standpoint?
I think we need to be thinking about terrorism more generally as an enduring part of our national security mission. I believe that secretaries of defense, many in the future, even if Islamist extremism, which I certainly hope burns itself out at some point, will always be facing the problem of the few against the many. There are aberrant people out there, and technology in today's world gives smaller and smaller groups of people and even individuals destructive power that they would never have had in previous eras. And it's going to be the job of our security authorities, defense, law enforcement, homeland security, and everything, to protect our people against these people, whatever they're thinking. And they may not be thinking in the ISIS way. They may have something else on their mind, or nothing at all on their minds. But I do think it's going to be a continuing part of the human condition and of defending our people.
So I want to just ask one final question. I think one thing that's going to be very important is to continue a very strong focus on training. Severe, hard training for our troops. As you know, in periods of drawdown or changes, as a country, historically, we haven't always done this well. We talked about this when you're an infantry officer in the Marine Corps. You're strongly encouraged to read this book called This Kind of War. I encourage you or your staff to take a look at it. It's called A Study in Unpreparedness, and it shows what happens when you have troops that are not trained. If confirmed, you're obviously going to have a myriad of responsibilities, pressures on you. I'd like to get a commitment that you'll keep as certainly one of your top, if you're not top priorities, this issue of training, hard, severe training, because as you know, the best way to ultimately take care of the troops is to make sure that they're ready to fight, destroy the enemy, and come home safely. Can we get that commitment from you?
You absolutely have it, and I just would say your authoritativeness on that exact subject is very much appreciated and respected.
Thank you.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Carter, I know we're trying to get you out, so I will be very brief. But I did want to come back to an issue that you and I had a chance to talk about briefly when you came in to see me about the importance of our public shipyards and the good work that they do. Senator King, I know Senator Ayotte and I are all very proud of the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and that you were issued an invitation to visit, which I would second. We would love to have you come up, and while you're at it, you can come to Pease and see the home of the new KC-46 air refueling tanker, which we're also very proud of. But one of the challenges of sequestration is the impact on not just our men and women serving in uniform, but also on our civilian workforce. And so can you talk about the threats that's posed by the uncertainty, especially for the engineers, the scientists, the mathematicians that we're going to need to continue to fill those civilian jobs to keep our shipyards at their highest level of efficiency and production, and all of our depots as well?
Yes, thank you. And I do want to take the opportunity to express my gratitude for what our civilian members of our Department of Defense do. A lot of people have the image of the civilian as a bureaucrat sitting behind a desk somewhere, and that's an issue we also need to get at, because there's that too, and that's costly, and headquarters and overhead and so forth. But most of DoD civilians are not sitting behind a desk. They're actually doing maintenance work and repair work that actually needs to get done. So they're not a waste. They're there doing something essential, and I think that sometimes we talk about them as though we don't appreciate them, and I think we do need to appreciate them. And even as we cut down, as I believe we need to do, the overall number of civilians in the Department of Defense, I think you do that by getting rid of the overhead and the unnecessary layers and offices and so forth. But I don't think anybody ought to be talking about somebody who fixes and maintains an essential piece of equipment. And we ought to be giving our thanks to those folks for what they're doing for the country.
And are you concerned about the impact that sequestration might have on our ability to continue to maintain those civilian workers who have the backgrounds that we need to continue to do those jobs?
Yes, because one of the things that sequester does, because it hits fast and hard, is cause managers in defense to take away dollars from exactly that kind of work, and it gets back to the readiness issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tillis.
Dr. Carter, sorry I had to step out at another committee meeting, but so if this question's been asked, I apologize. In your response to some of the written questions submitted to you, there was a concern expressed over the size of our naval fleet and how it has reduced in numbers. And in your response, you commented that you can't just look at the absolute number of ships to determine what our capabilities are. So my question for you is what can you share with us that should make us feel okay with some reduction in the fleet, if you believe that that's okay as a long-term position? And then secondly, what do you think the long-term plans should be for our naval readiness?
Well, thank you, Senator. It is true that, as you say, that you have to look at quality and not just quantity. I mean, that said, I think the Navy's shipbuilding plan calls for it to increase the number of ships, not to decrease the number of ships, and I certainly think that's important. And our Navy we are the paramount Navy in the world, and that's one of the things that makes us a global power. It's what allows us to be present when things break somewhere, whether it be a conflict or a natural disaster. You see the Americans show up first in either case. Why do they do that? Well, one of the ways they do that is through the Navy. So I have a strong interest in maintaining not just the quality but the quantity as well. Obviously, this gets back to the budget and how many dollars we have. Another reason why we need to have enough dollars.
Thank you. I have another question and a final question. Relates to a report I'm expecting the Secretary of the Air Force to submit to Congress saying that they're going to be pulling out Air Force assets from Pope Field. And you and I touched on this briefly when we met. And I think the result of that is going to be the Army requiring planes to be flown in to support training exercises there. And I'm more worried about Pope Field going forward. It looks like the current course and speed, it could wither away, and I think it's an important strategic asset. So rather than ask you to take a position on this decision, I'd like to get your commitment, once you're confirmed, to meet with me and others who have a concern with this, not as a North Carolina issue, but as perhaps not a good strategic decision, and walk through this and see if either I can be convinced that it is the right decision or you could be convinced it may be something we have to rethink, and I would appreciate your commitment to doing that.
Yeah, absolutely, you have that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm told that Senator Lee is on his way. Is his staffer here? From the airport?
Pope Field. Green
Well,
ramp.
I just don't think we can hold up the witness can I just say, we intend to receive as many written questions as necessary by the end of business today, so you can review them and have your answers returned so that we can get your confirmation to the floor early next week. If not, as you know, the week after that, we're in a recess, so we'll try and get it accomplished. I heard a door close. Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I just simply want to thank Dr. Carter for his service to the nation and for his testimony today, and thank the chairman for an extremely thoughtful hearing and a very productive hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, I just can't hold the witness any longer. Oh.
Senator McCain, I think he's running around the anteroom to this entrance here. I would expect him to pop through in about 10 seconds.
Senator Lee, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You've been very patient today and answered a lot of questions, and I just wanted to talk to you briefly about religious freedom within the military. I think the ability to believe according to one's own belief system and to express those views appropriately is of utmost importance to the morale of all of our servicemen and women and to their families. I think it's also something of a pillar of our society, something that we have always expected would be tolerated, is a diversity of religious viewpoint and religious expression. Certainly, one's religious freedom should never be curtailed merely because one decides to serve one's country in the military. I was concerned late last year to hear about a situation in the Army in which a chaplain, in the course of some suicide prevention training, was reprimanded for sharing his faith, talking about how his faith played a really important role in his personal recovery from depression. My understanding is that he was reprimanded despite the fact that the Army itself, of course, recognizes the importance of spiritual wellness and the importance that faith can play in a person's life in dealing with mental health issues of all kinds, and an Army that's affirmed the important role that chaplains tend to play in our armed services. Congress, of course, has acted several times in recent years to prioritize protection of religious freedom and religious expression within the armed services, respecting the necessity, of course, of maintaining good order and discipline and making sure that those things aren't ever compromised. What's your view on religious freedom and freedom of religious expression within the military, and what will you do if you're confirmed as Secretary to make sure that those rights are respected and that the obligations imposed by Congress on the military are honored?
Well, I do think it's important, and I don't think there's any inherent conflict between religious freedom and religious expression and good order and discipline. We can have both. I don't know anything about the particular case you adduce, but this idea of having both and that they're not in inherent conflict with one another, I think is extremely important. And one that if I am confirmed in this job, I would want to see to it that no one thought that there was an inherent conflict between those two.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I know those who serve us certainly appreciate that as well. I appreciated what I heard you say earlier. I think it was in connection with a question asked by Senator Ernst regarding the valuable contributions of our National Guard and our reserve units in combat. I hope that as services continue to reassess their force mixture, that those sentiments that you expressed very, very well will continue to be at the forefront of your mind, and that you'll be conscious of those things. And you know, as I look at the Guard units in my home state of Utah, those Guard units have served us very well, and a lot of our service members who serve in our Guard units have been deployed many, many times just over the last few years. They've served exceptionally well, and I hope you'll continue to recognize them, their contributions, and to utilize them appropriately. I assume you don't.
I will. You just said it very, very well. They've really come through for us.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and
sir.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time's rapidly expiring.
Thank you. Doctor, as I mentioned, we will try to ask our members to get in any written questions they have for you by noon tomorrow, so that you will have time to return those either before the weekend or just after. And we will talk to the majority leader to see if we can't get your nomination to the floor so that you can get to work. We thank you for your patience today, and thank you for your appearance, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing is adjourned.